Hello, everybody. Hope everything is all right. That you had a good week. Okay. Trying to fit everything here. And we go here and here. Okay. Here we go. Things look okay. And yeah, they do look okay. Trying to fit that. There we go. Okay. Hope everybody's all right. And we start 17715 is Spain. There's some kind of sport event going on, as we often get by listening to the very lively sportscast that usually happens. It's like listening to Brazil with some kind of soccer game. So here we go. Everything looks all right. Welcome aboard, everyone. Nice to have you here as we start another show. And here we go. Was battling a wasp that was in the kitchen and did not want to leave just before the live show. And so here we go. So welcome aboard, everyone. Nice to have you here as we start another Saturday live show at 20 hours UTC. I think my chair is down. Yeah, here we go. I was like, something's wrong. It's like, yeah, my chair. This chair has this one flaw, is that it often slowly drops and I have to put the seat back up. I felt like a midget. All right. Welcome aboard, everyone. This is the Saturday Live Show. We, of course, are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time to talk about radio and all of its forms. And we got a few questions, some interesting questions, too, that are, there's a lot of people wonder sometimes about. There's a couple of them that come from a viewer that purchased a couple of old tube vintage receivers that he says works well, but he's got some worries and has some questions, and I think we'll answer some of those today. So if anybody out there has or wants to buy some of those old vintage receivers, like here I got the old Westinghouse International from 1949, and which works well, but was obviously restored. So nice to have you here. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America, and we are here to entertain and have fun. We, of course, talk about anything radio. It doesn't have to be just shortwave. And as we're getting into winter, some people will want to dabble and maybe trying some things in the long wave bands and the medium wave bands or the AM radio band. And so we talk about all of that, and we even talk about VHF, UHF stuff. So it all depends. The conversation often, goes into different directions depending on what we talk about and what people talk about, and sometimes I talk about stuff like it was last week or the week before, 2 weeks ago, I think, that we talked about music and records and all sorts of stuff. So you never know where the direction goes, depending on what we do. Of course, I will use my standard websites to check out what's coming on next. So we'll have a couple of M12 Morse code stations to check out. We will check out for pirate radio activity. There's been quite a few pirates that were active during the week, and often very early on too, so we'll be checking that out. We'll of course use the EIBI space website to check out for what we are actually tuning. And let me just check out the conditions right now. If we look at the conditions, solar flux 120, K-index 2, ain't too bad. Hopefully it's going to hold on, and we're going to have some interesting propagation as we have a couple of weeks left before the change in shortwave schedules to the B25 season. So pretty cool. So we'll of course have fun with all of that. There's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people, by the way. If you want to join in and say hello, these are great people. Here is a place of respect and of fun. And we just have, I think, the greatest bunch of all with these, with the chat and the live shows, and even in the Facebook group and the YouTube channel. So once this, my hair is all messed up. Once this show ends, well, there's a Facebook group of the name of the channel here, which is Official SWL Channel, with more than 4,000 members. And this is a great place where people continue to have a conversation, share what they're listening to, and so on and so on. So this is pretty cool to have all of this community and all of this fun that we have together with radio. This is a fun thing every week also because, yep, we are in a solitary hobby. That means that, you know what, we're often alone doing this, and having this gang, this, the people around us here all together feels fun because we have the impression not being alone. And I say it often, it's very weird, but even though it's a chat room, when I stopped the live show, I have the impression that I just left a room full of people. Even though you're not officially here in person, it still feels like it. So it's kind of cool. Just want to remind everybody that there is a Zoom meeting at every last Sunday of the month. This month it will happen on Sunday, 26th of October. We talk radio, we tune the bands together, and just have fun. And it's a different way of doing it because the Zoom has a different aspect. We see each other. If you want, you don't have to turn on a camera. But, we're together, and it's a different type of experience. And so this is open to everybody. So you can join in. I'll do it a little later. I'll find a link to register. If you've already registered last month for the Zoom, that link is still good for the coming Zoom. They're good for every Zoom on the last Sunday of each month. So do join in. Of course, I do this every week, and this is part of my paycheck. Of course, I live out of YouTube, and so that means that your contributions are welcome in many ways. So if you want to help out and do like Kevin Davidson, Blog or Die, just before the show, and couple of others that received yesterday too. Also, you can through PayPal. You can, of course, send a little something through the super chat here. It is much appreciated. You guys have no idea how it helps a lot in keeping me, up to date in radios, and also making this happen and these live shows be here every week. So there's a super chat here that you can use. There's stickers. You can, of course, at any time leave a contribution and on one of my videos that I post. And there's the pizza and cat treat fund that comes through PayPal also, that you can send a little something. You can send it here to this email address. You can also use my official Shortwave Radio Gmail address. It works with both. It links to the same account. And send me a little something. It really, like I said, really tremendously helps out. You have no idea how you guys are coming through. And, I'm going to send it out here to anyone that has never given a penny before. How about thinking about it, especially if you're here all the time? And think about everything that you have. These live shows are, a lot of people, most people tell me these live shows are great and they would miss not having this happen. They learn a lot of stuff. I also learn stuff. And, takes time, takes a lot of my time to do this. And so the contributions help a lot in doing that. And of course, if, it's not always to the same people to give a little something. I totally understand that some people cannot, and it's fine. But if you can, how about sparing $1, a couple of dollars? Any amount helps, doesn't matter. And thanks for all of you that contribute every week to the live show. So, Andy New, nice to have you here from Bristol, UK. Nice to have you on board, M7CUN. Mike B from Bayfield, Colorado, nice to have you here. Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here. Master Players Radio and Television, W85107SWL, in Morgan City, Louisiana. Nick Amondot, nice to have you here from Romania. Jean Arash, nice to have you on board from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. And hope you are well. J'espère que tu vas bien. Viano Marcel, salutations. J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Nice to have you on board from New Brunswick, Canada. Rob's radio channel, nice to have you on board, and good. That's great. Continue making more videos, Rob's. It's really cool. Megan, nice to have you here from Colorado. Megan, it's always nice to have you on board. Brad Shaver, nice to have you on board. Bradley from North Illinois. Brad says, this is the best crowd of radio geeks. Absolutely. I totally agree. And by the way, cheers. Got my beer as usual. Blogger Die. Hi for Central Virginia. With new and very confusing ZWish SZWS C919, aka the Ratty RF919. Aronda HRDC 1919, Reticus TR113. So lots of stuff to play with there. David Head, nice to have you here from Los Angeles. Jay Dakota, nice to have you here from Wentzville, Missouri. WA0113SWL. And a pleasant, if not a little bit cool. Here it is. We broke heat records at the beginning of the week. It was on last Sunday. It reached almost 90 Fahrenheit, 30 degrees Celsius. And Monday, pretty much same thing. Really hot weather. Broke records across. We had the warmest day in October for Montreal ever. So it's pretty amazing. Tuesday started going down, and then starting Wednesday, now we had a real big change in weather. I believe that we might have here in Montreal gotten the first frost of the season. on the night of Wednesday to Thursday or Thursday to Friday. It was very, very cold. I actually had to turn on the heat for the first time in the season this week. So, hey, we're in fall, we're in October, that's Montreal. But today it's upper 60s. We're at 19 Celsius right now, according to my weather station. So we had a little bit of rain, which was welcome because we are really, really in need of rain. There's actually, they were showing this week that there's a couple of places around Montreal where people actually can drive their cars in the at the bottom of the St. Lawrence River because it's the water's receded so far that you actually can be on the go and walk if you want on the what usually is the river, but it's the riverbed now because the water is very low. And actually, there was a lot of people that live in certain areas say that there was one guy that's been living in the same place. The guy's like 80 years old and was saying that in 60 years of living where he is, he's never seen the St. Lawrence River at such a low level. So we are in need of water. It's been extremely dry all summer, and it's still continuing. So things need to change for sure. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. We have Hold Radios. Nice to have you on board, Hold Radios. Some things we're going to talk about today that might be a very helpful for you, by the way, Old Radios. I've got quite a few questions that came through an email that have to do with old radios, mostly tube receivers. D. Scott Nathan, nice to have you here, KC2CAD. And he is 10 miles south of Buffalo, New York. So pretty good. Nice to have you here. Miji, nice to have you here. HF Pirate, sick of his Trexan PL880. It's a pretty good radio usually. I don't know what you have as a problem with it. Vienno Marcel, bonjour et bienvenue. Nice to have you on board from 9P8508. So nice to have you on board. Blogadai, yes, usually means it starts. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Beautiful 63 Fahrenheit. Paul in Vermont, AA1SU, checking in. Nice to have you here. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you on board. No problem with that. Oleg, nice to have you here from Israel. I don't know if it's the atmosphere, but all week Voice of Korea was smooth. Yeah, it's more the time of the year here gives advantage to some of the stations in Asia, especially here in North America. We have a lot. I've heard Voice of Korea several times. J Projects, nice to have you here from San Diego. Jerry Hart, nice to have you here from Niagara Falls, New York. HF Pirate volume jumps from quiet to super loud. I don't know how long you had your PL880. If you haven't had it for long, if you had it from bought it from an Onco, they're very helpful. You just contact an Onco. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board. And 5 KVO in South Texas. Sunny and 91 Fahrenheit. David P. Miller, nice to have you here from Deptford, New Jersey. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Yeah, chair required recalibration. HF Pirate. Most Chinese radios are amazing, HF Pirate. I think you have one that might be either defective or have something unusual on it because I got many Texans, the Degens, the XH Datas, They all been working great for years, and some of the Texans I have for more than 10 years. So I think you got to check maybe if it's still if you haven't had it for a long time, check with Anonka if you bought it there. Old radios cap got to be changed. Found out about the 1942 Zenith. Actually, caps have to be changed on almost all tube receivers, even if it works. You have to change the caps. This is a must. It's not even a, well, it works, I'm going to wait. You will destroy your radio if you keep the old capacitors on any tube receiver. It has to be redone and done with modern capacitors, because these capacitors are can short at any time and can actually damage the radio itself. Don Royal, WA7330SWL, nice to have you here from a cloudy and humid 77 degrees in Sin City, Arizona. Joseph in San Francisco Bay, California, nice to have you here. Tuning the bands with the PL680 telescopic. We'll move to the ML830 and scanner a little bit. 26SOU01 SWL, nice to have you here. We have Gilles Nouveau, nice to have you here, Roaring 2020s. Update my local, Brother Stare AM has gone dark, so has WWCR feeds. I wonder WTWW or WBCQ will have the programming, seems the funding or a change has happened at Overcomer Ministries. Yeah, Overcomer Ministries are short on cash since the death of Brother Stare. It seems that the money isn't racking in anymore, and which is a good thing, I think. That compounded, that thing has been very, very suspicious and very, very bad. Yeah, it's for sure a big hit in terms of revenue, because most of their schedules were, with Brother Stare everywhere. So that definitely means less money coming in. There's one frequency from WWCR that I believe is now off. They do have other programming. They do have some other preachers on WWCR that are there, so it's not completely gone. WTWW has its own ministry, so they can probably continue on their own because they have their own ministry on WTWW. As for WBCQ, they have a pretty good variety of shows, so I don't know up to what point they need, the money from Brother Stare. The other thing is they have that flat earth weird thing on 9390 that gives money, so I guess they're not that bad. And WRMI has a lot of things, but WRMI is very interesting. There's a lot of the stuff that I learned are put on the air for free. They're not even charging. Like Radio Slovakia, Radio Prague programming is not paid. It's a really the WRMI itself that is paying for that, which is kind of interesting. So it's pretty crazy. That they have the money. You're kind of wondering where the cash comes from. It's very interesting, especially since WRMI has, Okeechobee, Florida transmitter site is one of the biggest transmitter sites in the world. Is how you gotta, that's got to be maintained. There's a lot of money going in there, so it's kind of interesting. Lorenzo Hall, nice to have you here. I'd Zero Be Dat, nice to have you on board from the UK. Chuck Schreiber. Okay, Marcel, propagation was excellent this morning on 11 meters. Made contact on 27245 USB with JS8 call all the way to Australia. Wow, that is great. Warlock, nice to have you on board. No, here, no snow yet. On the north parts of Quebec, there were some. But here in Montreal, snow is usually at least more than a month away at this time. So we don't usually have a snow on the ground before mid to late November. But hey, surprises do happen. I still remember a long time ago a Halloween that was all white. The kids were going through house by house, but there was all the snow on the ground was there. It was like, wow. But that's a little early usually. And lately in I'd say the last 10 years, we rarely had snow before December now. Rob's radio channel, got great news to tell you. I'm building a 2,000 euros computer at the moment, and it's great and very good now for Zoom. Cool. You'll be well equipped to join in. David P. Miller, what does the wrench mean next to some people? They are moderators, so they actually can kick out someone that's bad. They can do all sorts of operations to help maintain the cleanliness of the channel and of the chat. Fat Bear, nice to have you on board. Nice to have you on board. Just want to see something here. Okay, that's good. So welcome aboard, Fat Bear. Mike B's getting 17715 in Colorado. As HF Pirate puts it, they are the boss. Rick Myers, KO4OSA, nice to have you here from South Daytona, Florida. Cloudy and 74 degrees. Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you here. Penny C, nice to have you on board. Listening while doing my chores, perfect. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Blogadai, wrench means as a screw loose. E.T. himself, nice to have you here from, he says that is one big river. Yeah, that St. Lawrence River is pretty big. To have it dry up to that point is amazing because I remember past summers when sometimes the levels were low, but not to the extent of what is happening now. They actually have to tell ships that they have to limit the amount of containers on the ship when they go to the port of Montreal, or else they might touch the bottom of the seaway. It's like, wow, that must give a lot of headaches to the marine controls at the port of Montreal. WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you here from Virginia and mowing the lawn. Nice to have you on board building the QMX radio kit. Michael, nice to have you here, 64 and cloudy. Sipping one of my favorite beverage, black tea with milk. Tuning in, one of my favorite programs. Perfect. ET himself, Vernon, BC. 10 degrees and light rain. Here is beautiful. We have a beautiful day, but upper 60s. It's a beautiful, like one of those beautiful fall days in Montreal. And the colors are still very beautiful in the trees and so on. This is what it looks like. I took a picture just earlier. This is what it looks like when you look from my backyard, actually. This picture that I took about a couple of hours ago from my backyard. This is what it looks like. So it's kind of beautiful. Some beautiful colorful trees. In a couple of weeks there won't be any there won't be any leaves anymore, so it's going to be like yeah. So this is and I just gonna check here. And oh, we have our friend here, Paul Steckler, that says that he can't reach the chat for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. It's very weird that you can't post. You're not on a blocker list or anything. So it's supposed to work. This is bizarre. So nice to have you here, but yeah, definitely bizarre. So Jim 69, nice to have you here. Oleg, is that why I heard Brother Stern at 15770? Yeah, they used to be on that frequency at some point. Now they're kind of gone. HF Pirate, WRMI, the best of all of the US-based stations. For the diversity of programming, and if you're looking for a little bit of content, WRMI is nice. So RJ88 Dakota used plenty of A5s and 6s to make sure they're grounded properly, or you'll get a good jolt from it. RJ Dakota isn't WRMI, used to be. Yeah, it's a WFR. The Okeechobee, Florida transmitter site used to be owned by Family Radio, which had WRFR on shortwave. And it seems then WRMI purchased the Okeechobee, Florida transmitter site. So yep, it's the transmitter site. WRMI is a different entity. It was online, actually. WRMI was on shortwave before they had the transmitter site, on 9955 with just one little transmitter and broadcasting to the Caribbean mostly. But they came across purchasing WIFR, Okeechobee, Florida transmitter site many years ago. David, nice to have you here from Chicago area, KE6EX. Pretty cool. Different gear TV says buy a 501X. Actually, it depends on how big you want a radio. Buy a S2200X if you have the money. It's even better. Or get a, you could go, they're still available and they're pretty good. You can go and get just the analog Texan PL680, which is nice. Like it doesn't have the precision and the frequency display, but yet it's pretty good radio, and it's still one of the last old style PLL analog receivers. Not based on the DSP chips. David P. Miller says, I catch Brother Stare regular on medium wave and my car stereo, 1170 kilohertz WWVA. In West Virginia, strong signal. So, yeah, they kept a few places where they are on. I know they're still on 5900 out of Bulgaria. So that is also one frequency you might find some overcomer ministry. Trustin, nice to have you here from Newfoundland. Michael Moore, nice to have you on board from Tucson, Arizona. Chuck Schreiber says, I remember being at the Plattsburgh Air Force Base back in the early mid 90s, and it snowed on Halloween night. It probably is the same time. It was in the 90s, if I remember. So it's probably Plattsburgh, New York is, very close to here. It's like an hour, a little more than an hour drive, and we're in Plattsburgh, New York. So it's one of those places that's not far. So we probably had that same Halloween day with snow here in Montreal and in Plattsburgh. Man, that Air Force Base I miss so much that it's gone because it was pretty much the only military traffic that I could get on my Realistic Pro 43 scanner. I actually had purchased the Realistic Pro 43 because it was the only portable that Radio Shack sold at the time that was capable of the military UHF band. And I heard several communications on that military band, but all coming from the Plattsburgh Air Force Base. When the fighter jets would go up in the air, I would hear them here in Montreal while they were flying. And so I remember hearing quite a few military exercises by just scanning and finding signals. That was a lot of fun. And when they shut down that base, I mean, I don't hear anything military anymore here in Montreal. Winston Garcia, nice to have you here from Stockholm, Sweden. Man, I miss Radio Sweden International. I miss Radio Sweden. Yeah, it was a nice picture of the backyard. Jean Arrache, do they use radio frequencies at the Port of Montreal if we want to see how ships operate in the St. Lawrence? You can listen to the main marine frequency, which is 156,500. And that is the main Port of Montreal marine frequency. They actually are the ones that will, talk about and give the instructions to all the pleasure the pleasure boats, the different boats for the Port of Montreal, the old port like the Bateau Mouche and the cruising ships and all of that, the cruise ships, and they do have there's quite a lot of traffic on 156,500. And they of course will sometimes have communications with the big merchandise boats that will be going towards the St. Lawrence Seaway. So you have an idea of all the traffic. You have an idea of all the boats that are going up and down the Seaway. That's one of the frequencies that's active. And if you scan the Marine VHF Marine band, which is like 156 to 150. What the hell was that? So sorry, you guys must have gone nuts. Youch. Sorry, guys. What the hell? Why did it do that? I'm going to do a switch here. It's been doing that for a couple of weeks now, and I have no idea. I have no idea why it does that. It's kind of a feedback that comes back. Youch. It is an audio glitch. And it's been happening for the last month-ish. It happens sometimes when I just turn on the PC. And I can't figure out why it's doing that. Wow, so sorry guys. Hope no one had a heart attack. So, okay, back to normal. I've done a switch in the audio outputs, which I know will prevent this from ever happening. So, hopefully that will that'll avoid the problem on the feed. Man. Okay. Let's go back to normal. Okay. So if you scan the VHF, anyways, the Jean Arrache, the VHF Marine Band, you hear a lot of things. You hear boats talking to each other. You hear a lot of stuff. I go to a park on the east end of Montreal called Parc Belle-Rive, which also at the same time I can see the boats going through either the St. Lawrence Seaway on the far away, and some of them coming into the port of Montreal. And I always bring a scanner radio because it's a lot of fun to listen to. Thank you, Fat Bear. It is beautiful. The view in my backyard is amazing. TVD Xer, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien. RJ Dakota says, Brother Stair still on Legacy WEW 770 in St. Louis, Missouri. So wish that would be at least old-time radio shows, as it should be. Yeah. Old Radio's one at 45 adapter on another YouTube channel. Chuck Schreiber, remember seeing the lake when we took off. Pretty good sign. Okay, the radio. Old radios. We want old-time radio, not AI, Brother Stare. Oh, yeah, definitely. D. Scott Nathan, looking forward to the upcoming Winter Olympic Games. Yeah, that's coming up this winter, right? Blackguard I was just learning about the SI4735 D60 DSB chip. It actually has a PLL synthesizer and a mixer in front of a DSP decoder stage. Well, they need to have a stable frequency, so they must. Well, some are doing direct sampling, but it's kind of interesting to see that. Maybe they've modernized or made it better, the 4735. If they could make one that, that would prevent that dreaded, muting when you tune around. Yeah, old radios, definitely. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Canada. HF Power seen a picture of Brother Stare. He's totally one of those snake whittling sounding cult leader. Oh, definitely. What he is a cult. His bunker was keeping young girls, and he was in deep trouble. But he died before he actually went to court, where he probably would have been sentenced for to jail. He did a lot of things. I can tell you one thing. If there is such a thing as hell, he is there. Oleg, I noticed lots of stations barely can be catch, like Romania. Yeah, you have to listen to the proper times and when they're beaming towards certain areas. They do have, I believe Radio Romania has a broadcast to the Middle East. That would be the time that you need to check for listening to them. HF Pirate misses the Voice of the Andes, HCJB. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. So, yeah, no, it's here. There's, I have to really troubleshoot why it's doing that. It's so bizarre. What I do when that happens, I just switch audio output and it stops. It's like a feedback that starts to go through in the console and goes crazy. I even wondered if my console didn't have some kind of glitch. Rapshot Cabin got scared. Nice to have you here. What else do we have? Blackguard Eye sounds like my ZWS C919 on 1710. Oh, my God. Next. Oh, they have ET himself. Are shortwave scanners still available with train, police, ambulance, etc. bands still available in Canada? Oh yeah, you can have scanners. Absolutely, there are tons of scanners. There are new scanners today that have digital modes decoding too. For some of the digital like P25. I got the Icom ICR30 here. I listen to a lot of traffic on the UHF range when using a digital mode called NXDN, which has a lot of users using now. And so yeah, and there's a lot of the analog stuff still there now. Although, it depends where you live. Like here in Montreal, the police is now encrypted, so you can't listen to that. The fire department is digital, but not encrypted, which means if you have the proper digital scanner, you can still listen to the fire department. The ambulances also are encrypted, but not digital. They're not encrypted. They're digital, but not encrypted. The other way around. And there's a lot of stuff that you can listen to. Trains are mostly, although there are one or two channels that are NXDN digital, most of the train traffic here in Montreal and around Montreal is still analog. And the marine bands are analog. There's the air band. You can listen to planes in the airports. That's totally analog. So this is, there's still a lot of stuff. But it all depends where you live. It depends if you're in a big city or if you're in, an area more of a rural area. Depends how much stuff you have around. Here I'm lucky because I live in a place where there's a lot of trains. There's the Port of Montreal, St. Lawrence Seaway, a big airport. Plus Montreal is a fairly big city, which means I have a lot of things I can listen to on my scanner radio still. Blogger Die, what's wrong with this headline? Radio Geek has heart attack after hearing strange noise. Yeah, that's pretty much, people would just say, oh, well, here's some strange noises and that's it. My WX50, the Russians are trying to jam. So Winter Olympics in Milan, Italy. Well, that'll be nice. I'm not one of those that just like sits down and watch the Olympics, but every time I sit down and there's some kind of event, even an event that I never watch, I get kind of, hooked into it. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, it's Canada next. I want to watch all the Canadians how they do. It's like, what the Winter Olympics, what really freaks me out is the ski jump. When I stumble on a ski jump event, those guys are completely nuts. I just go crazy when I watch that. Ignacio, nice to have you here from Uruguay. Blogger Die says we had a very wet July, but dry now. Lake is down like 18 inches. Wow. Jeff K, nice to have you here. Got a B-Tech BF F8 HP Pro Tri-Band 10 watt 8 Andy Talkie. Cool. Marvin Motz, nice to have you here from the Japan Islands. Robert Varnon, nice to have you on board from New Jersey, KC2TEL. Alex says, yeah, but for example, 11975 one day in Romanian language, and then later French is off recently. So I think they're still using it. But like right now, 20, isn't there a broadcast right now? Nope, nothing right now. They might have switched frequency. $11,965 if you guys want to try it. It is from Madagascar. This is Madagascar World Voice African Pathways Radio. So this is from Madagascar Relay 11965. It's coming in fairly okay here. Marvin Moss, last time you mentioned that the FCC is focusing on VHF FM pirate activities. Does this mean shortwave AM pirates have relative freedom? AM band, if there would be AM band or medium wave band, they probably also would be attacked like FM. But shortwave pirates, I think they have a certain freedom. Of course, don't play with fire. I mean, don't transmit every day from the same location, because it might change if there's some kind of pattern that they can actually get to. But for the rest, I think for the most part, they don't really focus much on shortwave HF pirates, and they just don't really care about those. We haven't heard of any enforcement. They used to do it a lot. I remember the Monitoring Times, they had the column where they had these stories all the time about shortwave pirates that were getting arrested and the equipment seized. We don't hear that anymore. What we hear is mostly just FM pirates in big cities and even smaller cities. We talk about it often on the International Radio Report. One thing, though, that has changed on 7200, I saw a report this week that FCC has sent some warnings and some letters to a couple of hams, a couple of amateur operators that were on 7200 for improper utilization of the HF bands and of not being not following the rules. So it seems that they probably have had a certain number of people complaining on 7200, and they have monitored because they have sent some letters to hams that were on 7200. So this is going to be interesting to see if the development of it, if it changes and if 7200 suddenly becomes more civilized, because there's quite a few hams that have received letters from the FCC. And they haven't removed their licenses, but they have warned them that if that happens again, they could lose their ham license. So we'll see what happens next with that. HF Pirate Narrates. HF Pirate says, I miss Radio Havana, Cuba on 6 megahertz as well. They don't make it to the West Coast anymore for some reason. There's a couple of frequencies that have been monitored back on with sometimes pretty decent audio. So they're kind of working on trying to put back Radio Havana, Cuba. What the hell? I got this weird noise here. Okay. So Radio Havana, Cuba. That's so bizarre. This is the day of bizarre noises and stuff. What the hell? Where'd that come from? This is weird. Does it again? What's that? It's like you're unrolling something. This is weird. It almost seems to come from my wind-up radio, the Daygen that has that big coil in the back. It's as if it just has a mind of its own. Okay. So it's the day of the weird noises. So they seem to be trying to fix things. Hopefully they might come back. I mean, I miss Radio Havana, Cuba. The Cuban music was great. So that's that's something to look for. Maybe they'll have more and more because they've added free frequencies. I've seen a lot of reports of some of the broadcasts in English. I saw one this afternoon that I didn't have time to try. This guy from France actually mentioning that he was hearing with a pretty good signal the French language Radio Vancouver transmission on 15140, and that the audio was good. So they're trying. Hopefully they can fix enough of it to come back. Because I'd like Radio Vancouver to come back on the air. Bob Alou, nice to have you here, says, sad, but that noise is exactly what the entire AM band sounds like in the Baltic states. Oh, man. Just for those I would like to try it, by the way, there's in 2 minutes, M12, Morse code, spy number station from St. Petersburg, Russia. Put myself on CW mode. And it's going to be on 7976. Got a lot of noise there. I don't know if I'll hear anything. So 7976. 7976. Or 7975 upper sideband if you don't have a CW mode. And that should be in 2 minutes time according to Preom website. So I'm going to check it out. So CW 7976 kilohertz. There's a frequency. So that's the spy number stations in Morse code from St. Petersburg, Russia. Old Radios lives in a place, a lot of trains. I hear Motor Mount Mall on CB Channel 6. And yeah, scanners are very expensive today. Especially, considering that with what you hear. When somebody tells me, I'd like to buy an analog scanner like I had before, I tell everybody, don't buy a new one. There are tons and tons and tons of them for sale at rather cheap prices that are very, very good, and even though they are older. Buy a used scanner. I can't tell anyone to buy a new scanner, especially at the price they are today. The only thing is the ones that are capable of digital. Yep, it's there. It's weak, but I hear it in the noise. 7976. So I'm hearing 7976. And don't worry, if you don't hear that one, there's a few more frequencies coming up. There's going to be 9152 in 20 minutes that we could try. And I think there's going to be another one in the 10 megahertz range. So I'm hearing it here, 7976. Don Ryle, W87330SWL. Where did you get your T-shirt? It's a CKUT T-shirt for donations. When you give donations for the funding drive. So this is last year's T-shirt. I have another one here, a gray one, which is this year's T-shirt. And I have another one which is the previous year T-shirt. So when you gave a donation of more than $60, you could also get a T-shirt from CKUT. If you would want one, you'd have to check with them on ckut.ca if they still have some. If they do, you can still probably give a donation and get a T-shirt. They take donations all year. No word from Keegan, VT Radio. I haven't had time to resend another email. I need to do so. I really want to have some news. I think he's he's going through a very hard time. Losing his dad, losing his cat, and all that's happening is probably very, very rough. So hopefully he's all right. I have to send him another email today after the show to let him know that we miss him and that we can't wait to have him back on the chat and give us some news of how he's going too. Don Royal, yeah, scanner prices are way, way up. Mike B, 11965 was not making it to Colorado. Ricky, nice to have you here from Calgary, 15 Celsius, windy. And says rain and snow incoming. Yeah, I saw something about snow in Alberta somewhere. So you guys are going to get some snow. So what else do we have? JJ Endo, 7200 is good for a chuckle. 7200 is in trouble, says Old Radios. Ricky says, for Romania, suggest trying their alternate frequencies. Found them last night, this morning during the 04 hour on 11740 instead of the expecting 9500. I've heard from that, I think it's Glenn Hauser in his Roller Radio, mentioning that they have switched many frequencies of their broadcasts. So, yeah, possibly on other frequencies. Jeff K, FCC knocked on my door back in the 70s when I was on CB. It was a Sunday night about midnight. Mother let him in, and I got warnings in the mail for possible fines and jail time. Wow. Was back. Yeah. Trustin, there's trouble on 7200. I don't believe it. Different gear TV. So is it illegal to use 7200? It's not illegal to use 7200. What is illegal is what they do on 7200 and not following rules, like not identifying with their call signs, and broadcasting things they should not broadcast, like some music or whatever. They're just not following the rules. It's not that the frequency is illegal to use. It's they're not following the rules, and they do things they should not. So old Red Fox, do you have a link to your equipment? You mean all that I have? I don't have an official list of everything I have, which I should probably make. If it's not maybe just for the purpose of the insurances that I have, maybe it could be useful someday. I do not have a full list. That's something I should do, actually. You're giving me an idea here of, okay, what do you own? What do you have? Maybe I should make a list of all of it. JJ Endo picked up a Pro 2052 for $50. Yep. For a standard analog scanner, buy used. I can't understand why you would buy one brand new today. There's not enough in certain markets to justify the price that they're sold for. A question that I saw earlier that I think I skipped over about what you need as a scanner for trains and stuff. This all depends on where you live. A standard analog scanner can do a lot especially for trains. From what I understand, it's almost all analog everywhere. There's a little bit of digital, but not a lot. Like I said, here in Montreal, there's a little bit of NXDN on the railroad bands. But most of what I hear analog. HF Pirate, the voice of the Andes, is another great one that has gone bye-bye. I really miss that station. And it's very interesting because the story behind HCJB's shutting down, if you guys want me to repeat it, I've said it in the past, talked about it in the past a little bit. I could kind of mention it here again. I know some of you don't know the real background of how it happened and why they left Shortwave, because what we know is that if all the things didn't happen the way they happened, HCJB might have still been on Shortwave today. Or at least it would have been on Shortwave many years more than it did. So if you guys want to hear the story, I can just say yeah, yes, and I'll mention it in a little bit of time. Pro 2006, yeah, all of those scanners, the Pro 2006 and many others, the Pro 2022, all the ones that had that backlight, electroluminescent backlight, all become dim. My 2006 is totally dim. The good news, if you're, I need to do it here, and maybe making a video out of it would be a good one. They're, for most part, they're easy to change, and you can buy strips of the backlight, and what you do is you just cut the strip to the length you need to have it and replace the one that you have now and have it come back to life. But that is the unfortunate, sad thing about these scanners. That electroluminescent backlight would burn off over time. So Fat Bear says, nice t-shirt. Bob Alu says, Radio Encyclopedia transmits from Havana and has relaxing music on 5:30 and 4:40 a.m. Heard in Miami when I lived in South Florida. Blogger Eyes got 79.75 fairly weak on the ZWS C919 with a 98 centimeters, almost a meter long telescopic. Wow. Calibration isn't good, maybe 300 hertz off. So, yeah, Jasmine, I know Jasmine is very busy, so she sometimes skips a couple of weeks. She's very, very busy with studies and stuff, so she did say last time we talked about it that when she disappears, it's normal. Yeah, that's why, I think he's having a hard time with all of that. And just by the way that he often talked about his dad so often, for him it's probably a total shock. Ricky says, heard on the radio this morning there were snowfall warnings up in the mountains. Tori, I just read online Google that Radio Vanucuba is available on TuneIn Internet Radio. Yeah, but we want it on shortwave. We don't want it on TuneIn. But for those that want to. Old radios, I heard Johnny Rebel being played on 7200 once. The radio that I'm tuning now is a Yaesu FTD-X10 transceiver. This is the screen of the radio, because the radio has a small screen in front of it here, because it's an hybrid receiver. The Yaesu FTD-X10 is half analog, half SDR. So it has a screen output that you can plug a screen on. So what you see here is really what I see on the display of the Yaesu FTD-X10 transceiver, Old Red Fox. Blogger died just to prove how little I listen to ham radio. I just discovered the 7450 Club last week. Okay. But Tori, Kathy C, nice to have you here, Kathy. And listening from Northern California, scanners were my gateway drug into my radio problem. that there's a lot of a lot of ways we got addicted to those radios. So from what I see, the CW is now over. Or is it? No, it's not. It's still there. It's still there. Still there. So that is still going on. The M12 St. Petersburg, Russia spy number station in CW. Different gear TV scanner would be good to pick up film crew if they were filming on location. Yeah, they had a lot of that going on. I remember going to the fireworks festival we have every year here. We have the International Fireworks Festival. And I would get up on the bridge with everybody, wait for the fireworks. And I had found 2 frequencies that they were using to coordinate the fireworks. And it was so cool because you could hear if they're having problems. You could hear what they're doing and the finishing touch of all the stuff. And when they would do like every in the hour before the fireworks display, every 15 minutes they would send one little firework, and I could hear someone giving a countdown, 10-second countdown, and I knew, oh, there's going to be a firework, and it was just so cool. That was fun times. So now I think it stopped. So next frequency, for those that want to try it, next frequency for that is 9152. So 9152. Once again, same trick. Oh. Oh wow, look at that buzzer. So weird. That buzzer just popped up on 9152, but I did hear a couple of beeps, so I guess we're gonna hear. There you go. The buzzer is gone now. I don't know if it comes from the same transmitter. It's weird. I heard a couple of beeps. That means they're gonna be there in 6 minutes, and that buzzer came on at the same time. Mystery, could it be coming from the same place as the buzzer on 4625? Mystery of shortwave radio. 26SOU01SWL. This is a Yaesu FTD-X10 amateur transceiver that you see on that screen here. Frank Nichols Sr., nice to have you here. Frank Nichols Sr. in Missouri. Michi, whoops. Let's go back here. Alright. Michi says, it was good to be back. I have to go. Take care, my friend. It was nice to have you here. Bert says, yes for HCJB story. Jeff K, I heard don't use the blue black light, go for the white black light strips videos. Yeah, because you'll have to change it again on the blue one, that's for sure. I know that some also, I've seen one that, and this is the one that I'm inclined maybe to do, has modified it to use LEDs. So you put an LED strip instead, which means you never have to change it again, pretty much. Oleg, in what areas Voice of Andes or HCJB was before? They were in Quito, Ecuador, South America. They were one of the biggest shortwave radio organizations out there back in the day. Oh, Blacker Die, I didn't know that. I never measured the antenna. Interesting. Blogger Day, CJB is still on 6050, but I don't think there's no English. There is a little bit. I came across it a couple of times. I think it's on Sunday night. They have like a 5 or 10 minute little kind of preacher in English, but it's not very long. It's a 5 or 10 minute thing. Once a week, something like that. And you have, like, I not even sure the day, because every time I heard it, it was totally by accident. So I don't even know what night it was. Non-Royal says scanner prices went up $50 on unit and scanners. Yep. You know, the tariffs aren't helping because they are making a lot of the stuff expensive. I was looking at the World Radio TV Handbook with Sheldon Harvey yesterday. That book, to have it on paper, I have the real book here in Canada, $100. It's $100 plus shipping. I ain't buying that. I'm not spending $100 on a World Radio TV Handbook. Forget that. Laggard idea. The clocks on the radios today, at whatever brand, the clocks on these radios are horrible. I'm always surprised because I'm always thinking, how can in 2025 it's so cheap to make these clocks that it can't be at least a little better. At least a little better. I mean, it's nuts. RJ Dakota used to listen to some of the South American international stations. RAE Argentina was nice. Talking of RAE Argentina, there was some news this week of them. They have mentioned that they are still planning to rebuild the antennas and transmitters for Radio Argentina al Exterior, that they would come back on shortwave direct from Argentina again. So there's no time frame because Argentina's economy is like really crappy, so I can't imagine the government having much money for that, but apparently it's still on the plans that they want to rebuild shortwave in Argentina. Okay, Tori, okay, which frequency of WRMI has the most interesting programming? Most of the frequencies have something interesting at some point. And here we go. 9152 is on the air. 9152 or 9151 upper sideband. You have to look at the schedules. WRMI.net. They have a full schedule of every frequency they use and what programming they have on. They have a lot of stuff that's interesting. They have a lot of World Radio Network programming going on. I-61, nice to have you here from Colorado. SWAT Cats talking about the Deep Space Network Madrid dish received downlink from Voyager 1. The Ultimate DX. VT Radio, I sold a Realistic Pro 2042 scanner at Nearfest last weekend for $55. I got it for free, but had to buy a screw-in antenna for $12 first. You know, that's reasonable, $55. I mean, they when they work well, that's like, you know, $50, $60. I've seen quite a few go for the standard ones, not the ones that are like priced like the Pro 2006. Those usually go a little more expensive, but a lot of portables that are great portables are going for nice price. You know, that I don't see why anyone would buy a brand new scanner if it's not digital. Ricky says, I was set to rant about a new RF noise in my neighbors, but in fact, it was the USB AC adapter I was using to plug my SDR to another PC. Terrible noise all over if it wasn't plugged in just right. Oh yeah, you got to be careful with that. Yeah, it's the last year, Atari, that the World Radio TV Handbook is on paper. Now, starting next year is a digital-only edition. The best, Oleg, if you want to learn about what's happening, and for those that don't know, there's a lot of information on his show, World of Radio show. Glenn Hauser's World of Radio packs a lot of info every week of what's happening in the world of radio. So worldofradio.com is the frequency, the URL. I'm just going to post it here. Worldofradio.com. Glenn Hauser's excellent 30-minute podcast every week. You will learn a lot of what's happening in the shortwave world with him. I mentioned this week, actually I was mentioning, I think, almost every episode in the last month and a half. So it's funny because, I listen to the show. I usually do other stuff. And I listen to his, podcast. And then something's like, Gilles Letourneau in Montreal, Quebec. It's like, oh, okay. He's got something on me this week. My WX50 says, remember listening to Radio Argentina during the Falkland War. Really interesting compared that they were saying versus the BBC broadcasts. Jerry Hard, the clock on the quota send do 86, don't stay right time. Yeah, almost any radio, the clocks are horrible, for sure. What is it? Ricky, same here. All the clocks on my radios again, several minutes over the course of a season. Yeah. Steve Burnham's got CW on 9151 upper sideband. And so, Danny B, nice to have you here from the Netherlands. Danny, P1 PDS, Papa Delta 1, Papa Delta Sierra. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you here from home. I was going to do a big study of radio clocks, but I didn't have the time. You know what would be interesting? That is something I think I've talked about once. I should put like 10 radios, set their clocks, and check after, 10 days, how off is the clock on each one. And I'm sure each radio has a different clock, meaning I don't think you can even, if I say this radio has the best clock, I'm sure that it can't be trusted because I'm sure that those clocks are so horrible that every time there's a clock, it never is the same in time difference. James Farley, nice to have you here from Old Bridge, New Jersey. Steve Burnham, I'm in hearing CW on 9151. Jerry Hart, I took my old Radio Shack scanner and loaded it with ham frequencies. Jeff K. Let's go ups here. Jeff K. Yeah, that's the 2025, Jeff K. The 2026 is not $40. The 2026 is 60 something on Universal Radio. The 2026 version is $60 plus for everybody when you have shipping, everything, and that's in US. The 2025 at $40, forget that. You want to buy the 2026 that's coming up. And the 2026 is extremely expensive. Kevin, nice to have you on board. WS2H. The new Thomas Pynchon novel, Shadow Ticket, features a lot of shortwave and ham radio content. Maybe will spark some interest. That's interesting. That's interesting. Well, come aboard. It's nice to have you here. Tobruk Tim, yeah, I got your email today, and I wanted to reply, or yesterday you sent it. I wanted to reply and says, I'm in love with my RSP1B. You're right. I should have started with, I have the RTL SDRs. I had the DX Patrol. I've had what else? Another cheap, inexpensive one. When you are capable of dealing with all the crap that goes around us because of the way they work, you can kind of fairly, have them working fairly well sometimes. But the problem is, every time somebody asks me, it's like, what SDR should I get? I saw this RTL SDR for like $30. And it's always like, no, I'm putting myself in the shoes of, you are not a tech expert, and you need to have something that just works out of the box. No fiddling, no weird driver to put on, no. So every time I always said the best entry level is always the RSP, the SDR Play RSP devices, because they're the first level of SDR that you just plug in, put the software, and the thing works. And this is what's great about them. So that's why I always say that's the entry level. I told you, Tobruk Tim, the reason you didn't have a great experience and you weren't happy was, you've got a bad experience because of the devices you've got. And when you look at it, Tobruk Tim, very often you look at how much you spend for this thing and that thing and that thing and that thing, and you put it together and you're like, well, in the total of money spent, I spent the same amount as if I would have bought an RSP1B immediately. So you end up like, no, I didn't save any money. And so, but I'm so happy that you like it. You know what? That makes me extremely happy, because I was so hoping that you would have a great experience and love what you have. And when I got your email, I was like, oh, this is so cool. So cool. That you just love it. And thanks for sharing it also with us, because when I say things, sometimes it's very difficult. You say things, but you're trying to, people are like, well, how can you say this is better than that and that and that? Well, it goes with the experience of, I'm trying to find the best experience for everybody, the best way of doing something for everybody, especially SDRs. You already have to learn that software and learn how they work, which is extremely complex. The last thing you need is also to learn how to be a tech person to fiddle with it. David's Radio Room, nice to have you on board, KG4CMY. I got my MLE30. It's in a box here. So I will be hopefully putting it up this week. I didn't have time. I had too much caregiving duties and too much hospital visits this week. Jean Arrache, acronyms in broadcast and radio technology. Whoops. Where am I? It's starting to get confusing. Example, there are two meanings for DRM, and there's also DMR. Actually, DRM and DMR are different things. They have the same letters, but they're not the same thing at all. DRM is Digital Radio Mondiale, which is digital format for broadcast. DMR is a digital way of connecting, of doing radio communications used in amateur radio, used in different types of communications. It's two different things. Paul Stringer, nice to have you here from St. Catharines, Ontario. Blogger Die, my Ethon Elite Executive that I just looked at says 21:25, and that is exactly what the time is. I haven't set the clock in months. Wow. Wow. That's surprising. Rick Myers, M12 making it to Florida, 9152 CW. Paul Stringer, Yezu FRG 7000, the clock would go 1 second fast every day. Wow. RJ Dakota, the clock test on the radio would be a good test. The best clock I've ever had is the one Gilles has behind him. The color clock is great. Oh, that clock's precision is amazing. Amazing. Now, I haven't touched it since I plugged it in, so I'd like to see, man, how long is it now that I've had that clock? Several months. I've had it since, what, 4 or 5 months ago? I have to go on Amazon to know. But it probably now has taken maybe a few seconds. We're going to compare it with WWV in not long. But the precision is amazing. It is amazing. And I like that. Iman G. O'Doherty. Nice to have you here, my friend. And hope all is well with you too. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. So VT Radio, going for break for dinner. Yeah, if you want the WRTH 2026, you have to reserve it by October 31st. HF Pirate SDR play number 1. Blogger Die. Okay, here. Remember us having the same discussion about radio clocks several months ago, and I got out my Ethon Elite Executive then, and it right on back then. Wow. Okay. The SDR play RSP1B. This is the SDR to get for entry level. If you want it easy. Easy does not mean using the radio. Easy means it's going to be set up. The second part is learning the software and how to use it, which I still plan on making videos, guys. I am going to work hard on this. I'm just overwhelmed with hospital visits of somebody that's going to die within, I would guess, the next few weeks. So I'm always at the hospital, and if I'm not at the hospital, I'm here and doing care duties, and so I'm kind of overloaded. So I'm trying to do my best, guys. Okay, hang in there. Don Royal, a lot of people are not tech savvy, but they think they are. That's also very important to note. And I saw that so much when I did my tech duties. When they thought they were tech savvy, it's like, no, you're not. You are really not. You're very basic. And, it's like... Mike WX50, did you get the MLA30 on eBay? Yes, I did, actually. I went back to the good old school eBay. So if it works well and everything, I'll give the link to where I bought it. And I'll make a video. I'll make a video of the setup outside and all of that. Like I, what's cool these days is the radios with apps where you can sync the clock with internet time. Oh yeah, that's that. Like the Shoyang LC90. I mean, the Shoyang LC90 just gets its time from internet. So there's no fiddling around with the clock. Ricky, able to fish CHU 14670. Pretty cool. Beeps are clear, but the voice announcements aren't 100% copyable. And as I will start talking about HCJB, we're going to go to 10312 for the last transmission of the Morse code spine number station from Moscow, from St. Petersburg, Russia. So 10312. or 10311 upper sideband. And we'll see if we hear it. I would guess we will. Perry, nice to have you here from Sherbrooke, Quebec. YZFR1 Biker. Art Dodd, nice to have you here from New Jersey. What else do we have? So here, Mike WX50, my atomic wristwatch is about 4 seconds fast compared to digital clock. Yeah, well, you can't compare it because there is a buffer on YouTube. So the buffer could be anywhere from, depending on where you are and what you're using, from 3 to 3 seconds up to 30 seconds. So you can't really compare it through a feed like this because there's always a little bit of buffering. Kevin O'Reilly, SDRs are great, but still like the old knobs and button radios like the Yaesu FRG7. Each have their own cool things. I mean, when I use my Kenwood R5000 or my ICOM IC RD500, it's cool to use. It's fun. But there are some advantages to having that waterfall to see what's on the bands, which is just amazing. Craig Martinetti loved HCJB programs, missionaries on it, that had missionaries on it, musical mailbag, Cracker Barrel, yep. SOL signals, Gilles, it understood you are getting stretched in your time. The crew here is patient with the videos. Chase Gilbert, nice to have you here. Thank you from the marvelous Melbourne, Australia. Thank you for the donations that I got yesterday. I want to thank you so much. Much appreciated. D. Scott Nathan, how do the rabbit ears work that are behind you? These are not necessarily the best for radio, but they're really good for inspiration. So yeah, internet latency, there's a lot of things. So you guys could be seeing me from just 4 or 5 seconds difference easily up to a minute, and depending on where you are sometimes, of difference. So as we're waiting for the station to come on, I will start that little story about why HCJB is gone from the bands and why it might still be on the air if it wasn't for all that big story around it. And this comes from HCJB staff that were interviewed and from... Oh, here we go. So here you go. I'm hearing pretty good signal. It's a little wobbly, so there's some kind of auroral effect on it, but it's pretty good, pretty good. So HCJB first got notified in the 80s, so it goes back a long, long, long way. In the 80s, HCJB had a huge transmitter site on the Pifot mountain in Ecuador. And that included a huge generator and power generating station that they had built. I mean, HCJB built everything, even their own transmitters, their own antennas. They had experimental transmitters and antennas. They would build everything. I mean, these guys were very, they had a lot of very tech-savvy engineers. They built their own power station because the power grid in Ecuador could not handle all the 100 kilowatt transmitters from HCJB, because they had sometimes they had dozens of frequencies on the air at the same time. That was a huge operation. So they slowly built that over the years, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, they started on, I think it was Christmas Eve, it is old. HCJB started on Christmas Eve 1931, something like that. It was like a very, very long time ago. And what happened is that in the 80s, they got notification from the government that the Quito International Airport was going to be expanded, which means a lot more planes and a lot more, including one of the runways would actually mean that planes would have to fly over PFO transmitter site to get to the airport. So they were told when the studies and when things started to happen that, look, we just want to tell you, if the expansion goes through and we have that runway, your antennas might be a hazard to planes coming in to planes coming into the airport. And we're scared that there could be some huge problems that are interfering with communications and the equipments on the plane, on board the planes, and so on, because of the high frequency and very high power transmission. Look at that. There's a white noise. We still hear the Morse code, but there's this big white noise that just appeared and gone. 10312. So this is from St. Petersburg, Russia, guys, if you're hearing it. There you go. The white noise again. Wow. Kind of interesting. So they had to figure out, what are we going to do next? HCJB back in the 80s, the late 80s, when they were notified, HCJB was a very, very popular operation. They had a big audience, and so their mindset was not, we're going to stop. Their mindset was, okay, we'll move our transmitter sites somewhere else in Ecuador, and we'll start from there. And what happened is that in the 90s, more and more news came that, you're going to have to move the antennas because the airport expansion is going to go through. And they found another mountain where they could set up. The problem is that that mountain was in the middle of the jungle. It was like there was no roads. If they wanted to build there, they had to build a road, transmitters. They had to do a new power plant to power the transmitters. And they got to a point where they noticed that the cost of doing that was so high that they had to take decisions. What are we going to do? It's way too expensive to move everything. So that sent HCJB into the decision of, seeing that the cost is going to be so high versus what we are seeing, and there was a declining listenership, but it was still very high. And they were saying it was still very high. There was still a lot of people, but it was not like the 80s or the 70s. So they were like, what do we do and what? And so decisions were made that maybe the next step is to have our transmitters somewhere else around the world where they're going to be useful for, because don't forget, HCJB had cool programs, but HCJB at its most basic was a Christian organization trying to, sell the idea of Christianity and Jesus and all of that to us through their programs. So they started thinking, maybe this is not where it should be anymore. Maybe we should build somewhere else. This is where Reach Beyond Australia became the idea. We're going to take all the transmitters, we're going to take the antennas, we're going to go build that in Australia and transmit to an area that we think is where maybe the future of our broadcast should be. So this is the idea, and this is where they started dismantling everything. Unfortunately, and this is where it's very unfortunate, this is where, all governments of every freaking country, even Canada and US, we all know government is slow and government is always, behind, and it changes its mind, and it's never, up to a point there's like, sometimes you just can't almost trust what they're going to say, because it's like, yeah, it ain't going to happen. They ended up expanding the airport, but new rules and new regulations showed that, planes were not going to be affected by the people transmitter side. They could go over, it's all right. But by that time, HCJB and the organization behind it already had dismantled everything and said goodbye. And according to some of the people at HCJB, if they had known a year before the demise that, they would end shortwave from Ecuador, if they had known a year before, they would never have shut down their transmitters, and they would never have gone off shortwave at that time. They did it because they were like, well, we're going to have to do it. They didn't do it because there was nobody listening. And so it came to a point that if things were to change, if if life would have been different, if somebody would have told them, no, actually, you know what, finally, it's fine, you can stay there. Several staff at HCJB that talked and were interviewed said, we might still be on shortwave in 2025 from Quito, Ecuador. Could it be different? Maybe, but they would not have moved and shut down everything. So this is sad, because when you start thinking that because of a government decision that never came early enough, they just, shut down everything and dismantled the antennas. They could have still be on the air today, which is, it's sad when you think about it. Maybe we'd still have some DX party line or something, So anyways, they've moved their operations to Australia. Reach Beyond Australia is technically HCJB, but it's very different. And programmings are really focused on religious programming and all of that. But that's pretty much the story. The only thing left from Quito, Ecuador, while it lasts, is their 6050 kilohertz transmitter. I know a lot of people come back to me every time I talk about this. I was like, what are you talking about? HCJB's on, they're on in Europe through the German transmitter site and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, that's not HCJB. You don't understand what I mean. And by HCJB, this is not the same thing. So it's sad because, maybe we would have, if not still on today, I think we would have enjoyed many more years of what we love to hear on shortwave from Quito, Ecuador. I still remember my first time I got a letter from them. Still remember that envelope, that airmail envelope with the colors and the logo of HCJB on the upper left, and the stuff that I had, the QSL card. I will always remember that. For me, that was so exotic. I just got a letter in Montreal, Canada, from Quito, Ecuador. Nobody knows where Quito, Ecuador is. Ask people in the street, where's Quito, Ecuador? Man, that was so cool. Ricky, nothing on 10312, but I do have some intermittent CW on 10112. Yeah, that's the 10112. That's the 30-meter amateur radio band. So you're receiving amateur radio operators from 10100 to 10150, I believe, is that 30-meter band. SWL signals hearing M12 in Florida. RJ Dakota, HCJB was one of the first stations I heard. Super high quality. I think if in North America particularly, I think HCJB was one of the first stations a lot of us heard because they were so powerful in North America. I-61, hard to hear anything here in Colorado. John Beckham, HCJB, the voice of the Andes. Yep. Danielson, nice to have you here. Hearing faint CW 10312 in Melbourne, and that 15770 US show. He's coming in down here also almost all the time. A little fuzzy with noise, but strong signal. Cool. And that's a good DX actually. Hearing 15770 from Florida all the way down to Florida. It's pretty cool. Morse code is still there, but there's that white noise again over it. 10112 is an amateur band. It's a 30-meter amateur radio band, high 61. My WX50 HCUB, the only station I've heard on 26 megahertz. I logged them on 26020 in 1981. You guys remember when there was this crazy idea in the 80s because there were too many stations, to save space, that we should all go single sideband on international broadcasts, and we ended up with experimental HCJB experimental station on 21455 upper sideband, just above the 15-meter band of amateur radio, which was a 24-hour operation. That was fun. I would often tune 21455 to see if I could hear it. John Beckham, HCJB Mailbag was a great show. Yeah, HCJB Mailbag, the musical mailbag I loved. I loved the Saturday night lineup. It was musical mailbag, DX Party Line, and a few other shows. There was like, this is cool. This is cool. JJ Ando, still haven't heard Radio Exterior de España in English. Not sure they're anymore. Yes, they are. They're Wednesdays. JJ Ando, Wednesday at 22 hours UTC for 1 hour. So they have a 1 hour once a week on Wednesday. I heard it several times in the past month, or the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And I hear the French one on Tuesdays. London 19657, thank you so much for the donation, much appreciated. Nissan Greenwich, nice to have you here from Dublin. Andy News got 15770 faint. Does anyone know what the IP Plus button does on some radios? IP Plus, what radio? Can you expand on what radio you've got that button? Out of curiosity. Yeah, saludos amigos. Absolutely. Morning in the Mountains. I would go to school and hear Morning in the Mountains. I would hear that, and Transworld Radio Bonaire at a news bulletin just before I left for school. My mornings were getting up to go to school and tuning the news bulletin on Transworld Radio Bonaire. That was great. That was great. Transworld Radios in the Netherlands Antilles. Okay, the ICOM IC8600. Okay, it's supposed to improve third-order intercept specs and lower the analog-digital conversion distortion when very strong signals are close to weak ones. This is what it says. So that means that button, if you're listening to something very weak and you're next to a very powerful signal, it should improve and remove some of the distortion created by the analog and digital converter circuit. So unless you're in a situation where that button, that where you are next to a very, very strong signal, it probably doesn't show much or do anything much. It's really to remove distortion when you're close to a strong signal. It's really has to do with the analog and digital conversion within the radio. Oh yeah, it's possible. In 2 weeks, I am going to be into the CQ Worldwide SSB contest. I want to do that every year. I will be doing the CQ Worldwide SSB contest. So I can't wait for that. It's always fun. It's always a lot of fun. RJ Dakota, yep. The 15555. If we go to, let's see if it's on right now. Not hearing it now, but 15555 is WJH. What is it? I forgot a call sign. Let me go here. 15555. WJHR. WJHR in Milton, Florida. They are there from 1358 to 2200 UT usually. Which still puzzles me why a station would choose single sideband. I can tell you that. 15770, how good is it here? 15770 is a good one here usually. 1577. Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Put some music right now. 15770. 11785. Let's check for Turkey. If you want to hear Turkey in English, it's going to start 11785. Interval signal right now into English at 2200 hours. So this is coming in. Voice of Turkey English 11785. Go tune that now. Ricky, see carrier on 15770 Calgary. Faint audio on a radio exterior Hispania 15520. Hey Jim, nice to have you here from Rhode Island. This D. Scott Nathan, I remember when for a brief moment of time AM broadcast bands were testing out stereo. Yep. So decent signal from Turkey, a little bit of interference off of Brazil. So let's go into USB mode to avoid Brazil. So Voice of Turkey coming in well, 11785. Penny C can hear. So hey guys, I will take a little break for a second because I want to do my tech. Why do I say tech duties all the time? My caregiving duties. I need to go check out, and I will be back in a few minutes. Hey, do remember that I'm here every Saturday. We have a Zoom meeting every last Sunday of every month, and I mean I spend a lot of time with all of this. I try to do videos when I can. And it is something that, is my work. I live off of this and my tech channel. So your donations are extremely, extremely important to keep all of this alive. If this would not be here next week, what do you think? Or forever? You probably would miss it like terribly. And everything comes at a cost. Unfortunately, it costs for me because I have to have better internet and good equipment and buy cameras and do stuff. So why not give a little something? Especially if you never did and you're here all the time. How about thinking about it? Through the super chat here, you can give a little donation. And of course, there's a pizza fund and cat treats for Paul the cat through PayPal. Remember, it's extremely important to have this. We got a number of weekly donators, actually, but it's not always the same people to give money. It'd be fun to have a little more diversity. And don't forget that if you donate, you're in for a drawing for 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships at the Christmas show. Plus, Santa as a surprise box. Only for those that donated. So, I'm going to check that out. It's very, very interesting and very important to do a little something, give a little something. Think about it. You like what you see? You like following this every week? It's one of your guilty pleasures. Hey, give a little something back. Brian Penny says Valley Girl Radio on 6925. Valley Girls discussing vertical antennas. Okay, let's go check that out. 6925. It's very noisy. I kind of hear something in the noise, but it's very noisy here. I would really need my my MLE30 right now for that. But it is making it through the noise on 6925. So you guys go check that out. The Valley Girls Radio, the Valley Girl Radio. So So thank you, Dean, KQ4ADJ, for Paul the Cat. Don't want him to go hungry. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks for the donations. And follow Dean's example. And I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'm going to send you, leave you with the Voice of Turkey 11785 as I go and do all that I need and bring another beer to continue the show.
Other nations at that summit in Egypt. U.S. President Donald Trump plans to attend the summit of world leaders and top diplomats of many countries focused on Gaza peace deal during his visit to Egypt next week. American news site Axios has reported. Citing multiple sources, it said the summit, expected to take place in the resort area Sharm el-Sheikh, is being organized by Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, who has already reached out to several European and Arab leaders with invitations. Axios said invitations have been extended to leaders of foreign ministers from Germany, France, the UK, Italy, Qatar, the UAE, Jordan, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Indonesia. The U.S. officially informed Axios that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is unlikely to attend. The summit could rally additional international support for Trump's Gaza peace plan, which difficult agreements still to be finalized on post-war governance, security, and reconstruction. The report added Trump is due to arrive in Israel on Monday, address the Knesset, and meet with families of captives. He will then visit Egypt for a meeting with President Sisi and to attend the deal signing event with Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey. Of the deal's 3 guarantors. And the deals will continue shortly after this break. The news continues on the English language broadcast of the Voice of Turkey. Ukraine says Russian drone strike killed 2 energy workers in Chernihiv. 2 employees of a regional energy company were killed and 3 others wounded when a Russian drone struck their vehicle in Ukraine's northern Chernihiv region, local authorities said late on Friday. Lev Chaus, the head of the Chernihiv regional administration, said on Telegram that the attack took place in the Temezinska community on Friday. He said a Russian drone hit a regional energy company vehicle. The car caught fire, and during the response, a second strike hit another company vehicle. He further claimed that the Russian military targeted a local fire brigade that arrived at the scene. Russia has not commented on the alleged strike, and independent verification is difficult due to the ongoing conflict. And moving over USA, Tampa's player as he was shot down threatened to pay over 1.3 million active duty American troops. U.S. senators have begun a long week after that guarantees the government shutdown lasting at least 14 days, with both sides more entrenched than ever, and the military facing an unprecedented threat to its pay. Republicans and Democrats have been getting into angry confrontation in the corridors of the Congress, with frustration mounting as the crisis over funding the government with public services harder each day. Pressure is increasing on Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson to bring the shuttered lower chamber of Congress back into session to hold an emergency vote on at least providing military pay. But the Republican leader is sticking to his guns, having reported on Friday that we will come back here and get back to legislative session as soon as Senate Democrats turn the lights back on. Some 1.3 million active duty service military personnel are set to miss their pay next Wednesday, something that has not happened on any of the funding shutdowns through modern history. And with the Senate off until Tuesday next week, there is little hope for the civilian federal workforce, whose pay has already been hit. We are not in a good
Okay, we're back.
Today marks the first day federal workers across America will receive a partial paycheck, Johnson said. Thanks to Democrats' obstruction of the system here, this is the last paycheck that 700,000 federal workers will see until Washington Democrats decide to do their job and reopen the government.
Is all right.
Cracks are beginning to emerge in the unity of Republican House leadership as well, with conference chair Stephanie calling for a vote on a bill to guarantee troops pay during the shutdown. With a prolonged shutdown looking more likely each day, members have been looking to Republican President Donald Trump to step in and break
11785, not too bad here in Montreal. And what do we have? So strong in Florida for 11785. Poor old radio says it's poor. Oleg, I also heard 11785, but super weak and never catch it. Yeah, because it's directed away from you. It's sent to North America. Lagadai, mediocre here, 11785. Interesting. Andy New, loud and clear. Mike B, 11785, no joy in Colorado. RJ Dakota, used to have a regular station that was on AM stereo. Yeah. Ricky, also see a carry for Turkey when my random wire, no obvious radio, unfortunately. John Beckham, 11785, Northeast Florida, loud. Oleg, I can catch it, but Radio Romania on 11800, listed of 9740. We were talking about that earlier. So let's check out. Yep, Radio Romania 11800. So I guess they're not on 9740 anymore. Nope. So Radio Romania, and this is to Western Europe. 11800. It's not great. 9740 was definitely better for me. But it is there, 11800. Right now, 11800. Dean, I got some comments about people being happy that you want to make sure that Paul the cat don't go hungry. So thanks for the donation, Dean. Craig Martinetti, missed DX party line. Yeah, Clayton Howard. Still have that QSL here of Clayton Howard last broadcast from the DX party line, which was kind of interesting. 8825 kilohertz Nissan Greenwich is the aeronautical frequency. So you're listening to air traffic control in upper sideband, air traffic control In your part of the world, you might be hearing Santa Maria in the Azores, because there's also New York radio. So they actually identify. So if you listen, you'll hear the planes making contact, and you'll hear either Santa Maria or you'll hear New York radio. I'm going to tell you, they identify. But on your side of the Atlantic, I wouldn't be surprised you're hearing Santa Maria in the Azores making contacts with the planes over the Atlantic Ocean. So you're in the that region is the frequency is aeronautical. Craig Martinetti, 9745, 11745, yeah. 15155 was one for me too. WF7I Homebrew has 6925. Thank you, London 19657, for the tuna pizza with the anchovies and requesting Moscow Nights for later. So we're going to check that out. 54 Cal 11895 Radio Vatican in Mandarin. WF7 Homebrew 66925 USB coming in here, slowly getting stronger. Valley Girl style of speech, a woman describing how antennas work and how to feed antennas. Now she's discussing Schrodinger's equations. Wow, that's nice. John Backham, nice. Says 11800 is nice in Northeast Florida. Okay, kind of interesting pirate there. We don't have a lot of female pirates, so that's good. That's pretty good. As we're down the chat a little, I just want to answer a few questions from someone that wrote on Wednesday and said that he watches the live shows all the time. So we have our friend Richie. And Richie is in South Carolina. He watches the live shows every Saturday, doesn't participate much, but he's got questions because he's starting to have a little collection of old tube radios. And he says, well, you got some, I have questions that I'm wondering if you can answer me about some of the worries that I have. And he ends the message with, before the questions, with he wants to say hello to everybody on the live show because he's never participated in the chat or anything. But he is there, and so he said that he would be here today. Richie should be here from South Carolina. So let's say hello to Richie, guys. And then comes the questions. So the questions, number one, I have a old tube receiver from Westinghouse International. Looks like the one you have on the live show, but it's not exactly the same model. And he's saying that what worries him, he's seen that on the back plate, it says that the radio is good for 25 hertz, 110 volts. And he says, my power, like most power in North America, is 60 hertz and 120 volts. So the question is it dangerous to plug it in? So the reason why it says 25 hertz is it's a very old radio. So like this one says that also. My Westinghouse here says 25 hertz, 110 volts. The reason they say that is because the power grid was not always on 60 hertz. In the good old days, the power grid often ran on 25 hertz AC current. Now, what does that mean? It means that that big transformer that is inside here, there's a huge transformer in this one. That transformer has to be bigger. The lower the frequency of the AC current, the more heat it's going to produce. The core of the transformer needs to be bigger. So those radios have a huge transformer, really heavy core, because of the very low frequency they're using back in the day. Should you be worried because you plug it in into a 60 hertz modern electricity grid? No, actually it's even safer, because 60 hertz means it produces less heat, and it actually goes with there's a rule there. The higher the frequency of the AC, the smaller the transformer you use can be. This is why switching power supplies are so small. They put that current into a crazy high kilohertz oscillation, so that the transformers can be very, very small. So the higher you do that cycling, the less heat it produces, and the smaller the transformer you can use. So this is why, switch mode power supplies are so small. It's that the current, the AC current, is used at kilohertz, and sometimes like 70 kilohertz or 80 kilohertz before they down converted back to 60 hertz, or most of the time they down converted to a DC current for most of them. So no, actually it's a good thing at 60 hertz. It means that transformer will actually generate less heat. So no worries. Okay, it says 110, and actually you have measured your home. You say you're at 127, which you find a little high. There's all sorts of variations in the current in our homes depending on the company that supplies the power. It could be, I've seen it at 124, 25 sometimes. Most of the times it'll be around 120. I remember when we had a huge high storm, it was at 114, the lowest I've ever seen in the wall outlet here. But in general, we're around 120. Now, there's no danger with that. There's always, even back in the day, and especially those old radios, the difference is acceptable. Most of the time, we always say that electronics, plus or minus 10%. So if we have a radio at 120 volts, well, 10% of 120 is 12 volts. That means it could be up to 132. You're still within the acceptable range, even though you're 12 volts over. And same for under. Now, the fact also that it runs at 60 hertz, which means the transformer is less hot, even if there's 10 volts more or 15 volts more, it'll be okay. It's going to run fine. So don't worry about that. It's fine to use that radio at today's specs, because this is going to be okay. Don't worry about it. Let's just go down a little. So everybody says hello, Richie. So if you're watching tonight, everybody says hello. Yeah, Craig, Canada Post is definitely on strike. Yeah, and this one is like they're supposed to have some JJ Ando, 11785 is Turkey. There's no doubt about it, and I recognize Voice of Turkey anytime. They even IID'd as Voice of Turkey. So I don't know what you're getting, the 11785, that weird thing, because there's no, even on the EIBI space, that is not listed, what you have there. So this is Voice of Turkey from 22 to 23 to North America, JJ Ando. Toast and Love, I think Japan uses two different power frequencies. Actually, most of the world is on 50 hertz rather than 60 hertz. And it doesn't really change much. You know where it changes something? And this is a funny thing about old computers. Today's computers aren't affected by that because the power supplies, the way they work is fine. Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here from Denver, Colorado. Nice to have you on board. So, when the days of the Commodore computer, if you had a Commodore 64, if you had an Amiga 500, there is a difference. The current, because part of the power supply of the Commodore supplies AC current to the computer. There's some DC and there's some AC, and that AC is actually used to clock. So the clocks rely on the cycle of the AC current to time the chips in the computer, which means that if you had a computer if you would run the same program on a Commodore 64 in North America and Europe at 50 hertz, North America at 60 hertz, the program runs a little faster in North America. So, and it's enough to be visible that it's a little faster. So that was one of the funny things of the day. So it's like when you run the demos made in Europe, or you run stuff that were made for European Commodore 64s, you'd see that it's faster on the North American one. And so people would be like, wow, there's a difference in speed. I don't know why. It is because of the 50 versus 60 hertz difference in the power grid. So I didn't know that the North and the South had a difference in the AC current also in Japan. So it's kind of interesting. So yeah, well, 11785 JJ Ando is Turkey. So there's nothing else right now except Turkey on 11785. There is Brazil just below it on 11780. UTV and Ham, KD9 WNV, nice to have you here from Wisconsin. Thank you for checking in. RJ Dakota, it can be anywhere between 100 and 130 volts AC, 60 hertz, was called working voltage at one time. And yeah. I couldn't get much on the DC band. The other question that comes from our friend Richie here is, I buy old tube receivers. Some of them have not been modified, have not been restored. And my question is it important for me to have the capacitors changed in those old receivers? Short answer, absolutely yes. Because keeping those old paper capacitors is a hazard for all sorts of reasons. First of all, they all short. Most of them aren't actually at their specs. They don't work well. So if you paid hard-earned cash for a radio, one of the things that can happen, we talked about the transformer in this, the Westinghouse. If there's no restoration and you keep the old paper capacitors, one could short and destroy that transformer, which means chances of repair are very low. You've just scrapped an old-time radio, and even if you find some old guy that can repair it, they're going to cost you a fortune to have it working again. And to prevent all of that happening, changing the capacitors is a must. These capacitors from the 40s, 50s, they are really, really on the edge of burning out. The other thing about not changing them also is it's a fire hazard. It's a possibility that your radio will, could become a fireworks display, a fire display, a smoke display at any time. So if you are into old time radios and want to have a nice collection, you have to have the capacitors changed with modern capacitors. That is absolutely a must. Absolutely. Question number 3. Is there a danger in keeping them plugged in? Well, technically when the radio is plugged in but you turned off the power button, they're not powered anymore, so there's no danger with that. If you're talking about leaving that plugged in, working unattended, I would not do that. I've never left unattended one of those. I would never. If I go away for a day and I want to leave a radio to kind of make like there's a presence in the house, I would not leave my Westinghouse International on. That would not be the radio I'd leave on. I'd leave one good old transistor radio here. Why? Because they're old, and you never know. You never know what could happen with these radios. So that's something to understand. That don't leave those on without being in the same room with them for a long period of time. Next question is, should I change the tubes of those that are working? The rule usually is that you don't touch any tubes and don't change anything on a working radio. If the radio works, you get the stations and all of that. Audio is good, no humming, anything. Usually tubes are okay. Some signs that tubes might be going bad sometimes is the apparition of either some smoke or a tube which should be totally clear starts getting some kind of coating that looks like a metal coating on the top of it. And I'm not talking about those that are already metal coated on the top. I'm talking about there's some kind of metal trace that shows up. That might be telling you that one of the tubes are going bad. So that could be one to change. But overall, if nothing looks bad on the tubes, keep the tubes. You'll change them when you need to change them. And one last question. A friend of mine that knows electronics told me that these radios, I should change the plug for a polarized plug. Why? Yeah, you should change the plug for a polarized plug. There's a very important reason for that. Not all of them, but most of them are on a metal frame, which is called a chassis. That chassis is often used in one side of the power, which means when you plug into your wall outlet, you have, if it's not polarized, because you might have noticed that the wall outlet, one side is larger than the other. There's a reason for that. It's called polarized plug. It means that if you plug something in there, you lower the chance of getting zapped by electricity. And an example is your washer. If your washer is plugged into a standard plug, your fridge, a standard plug, the washer, the dryer, the dryer's on a separate circuit, but the fridge, they all have a metal frame on the outside. If you would touch that and touch the sink, example here, it's easy to do. I can touch my washing machine and my metal sink in the kitchen together. If polarization isn't good, the metal frame of my washing machine and the aluminum sink in the kitchen could zap me real good. That's why we have polarized plug, to prevent that happening. Because these radios often have parts that are metal, sometimes metal parts that are actually going outside the radio, you don't want to be electrocuted for some reason. So that means knowing what side you plug in, that means that the chassis is not hot. It's not on the side where you can actually zap yourself touching something else in your room. So it is recommended that you change for a polarized plug. And one of the things that you're concerned because you want to kind of have a collection is like, yeah, but if I change the original plug, there are people on the internet, there are places on the internet that sell imitation plugs for old radios, but that have that polarized plug in it. And also, anything on these old radios that is a clot-like, power connector, things like that, you don't want to use that. You don't want to change that. That those things are often very, very bad, and the best way for you to get zapped on these old radios. Old power cords, they got to be changed. I changed on all of the radios I have here. I have changed pretty much all of the power plugs and the power cords because of safety. You don't want to be electrocuted by an old radio. It's not fun. I've been electrocuted enough times in my life that I do not want to be electrocuted again. I just gonna tell you that. So hope it answers your question, Richie. And if you have any more questions, don't hesitate. And don't hesitate to say hi to everyone. Okay. Kenneth, nice to have you here from the TTT truck stop in rainy Tucson, Arizona. WF79 homebrew on transformers with a signal generator and scope. You can build your own at RF frequencies and notice that for a given number of turns, too low of a frequency will make the primary look like a short circuit. Again, HK Japan, Japanese 11885. I don't know why, but recently it's okay to almost smooth here. Yeah, there could be some new frequencies on some of the stations. I know that we had Voice of Vietnam a couple of weeks back on 11885. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. There was some homebrew, so 60 Hz being a little higher in frequency would mean that there is higher inductive reactance on the transformer priori. So it is transforming a little more efficiently, most likely. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Because at 25 Hertz, those transformers needed to be huge. Or else they would just do a lot. They would generate a lot of heat. RJ Dakota, old farm equipment used to run at much lower voltage and at about half the frequency. Yep. Again, Glenn Dansler, excellent explanation on the 25 Hertz, not been in chat due to several surgeries since June. Hope you are well, my friend. Hope you are well and getting better. Oh, like shortwave info on the other side don't have info about NHK 11885, by the way. 11885, let me check what's on 11885 was Voice of Vietnam. From what I remember, 885, and at this time 11885 23, we're at 22 to 01. Yep, Radio Japan is at 22 to 23. Radio Japan is listed here on the IBI space from 22 to 01, so it is listed on the frequency. From 2200 to 01. So Now we have at 2218 Con Episode 1 6925 upper sideband. Okay. Okay. London is well-grounded. Jet projects and toasters, polarized plugs prevent a heating element from being live while off too. Craig Martinetti, you can find lots of HCJB related videos. Yeah, there's a lot of them on YouTube, absolutely, including several DX party lines and some ham radio. Today was the show with John Beck. Rotten Animal says that you can buy a tube tester and test all the tubes. The tube tester is not expensive. There are websites that sell thousands of different tubes. Yeah, there's a lot of there's some websites that have a lot of most of the tubes that are today. I don't know if there's still anyone. Well, there must be, because there are still guitar amps that use tubes. Like my Marshall Vol-State guitar amp uses a 12AX7 in the amplification. So there must be still someone making tubes somewhere in the world. But for the most part, most of the tubes that people will get will probably be used tubes or old tubes. They can be unused. They can be like new, because there's probably a lot of them that never have been used. But most of those tubes will slowly drain out, and at some point, imagine in 50 or 100 years from now, getting a tube for an old radio might be something that's close to impossible. SWAT cats took a hit by a 440 AC power cart at work. Youch, that's not a good thing. Old radios, I got to change the power plug to that Filca. Old cords that crack, absolutely. You know, a great example, this building where I live is 75 years old. In 1950, the construction code was not the same. The wiring inside the walls is 75 years age. Last year, the next door neighbor came up to me and said, "Hey, I think I got zapped in my shower." And I took a multimeter and I clipped to the shower head, metal shower head, and to the drain. There's 90 volts in between them. I was like, no wonder you got zapped. So when the electrician came over, he took out the he said, you know, the wiring here is so old that it might have, the insulation might be starting to chip away somehow, and you know, it's touching a water pipe. And I had that reflex. The first thing that he said is, "Oh wow, you need to check each apartment." And I said, "I did already." Because when I saw that, I was scared of taking a shower here because I didn't want to get zapped. And so I told him, I said, I did all the apartments, and this is the only apartment that has 90 volts. So he said, "Oh, okay, so you did them all already?" I said, yeah, because it's the first thing I thought. I want to know if it's everywhere or if it's just here. And it was just that apartment right next to me here. So, and we ended up, when we would take the water heater cable off the grid, the shower was fine. So the what he did is he put another cable to see if our water heater is on with a completely new cable, if it does it, and it was fine. So it was that cable of the water that would give power to the water heater was probably touching a water pipe somewhere. But this shows you old buildings. At some point, first thing I thought, and I told the electrician is, when I see that, I don't feel safe. It's like, I feel like maybe we should have to redo the electricity in the whole building. And he said, well, the best would be that. But unfortunately, nobody does it because it's too expensive. Ricky was zapped once by a frayed power cord on my old and now long gone vacuum cleaner. Experience I do not wish to repeat. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV. Years ago, my friend touched his table saw while in bare feet on concrete floor, electrocuted instantly and died. Wow, he died from it too? Oh, this is so sad. I mean, there's a difference between getting zapped, but surprised or a little stunned, but dying from it. Oh man. Oleg, yeah, I thought so. That frequency at this time was sometime in Spanish, so it must be new. London 19657, suddenly realized most folks are more knowledgeable than me. Got to feed 17 cats. Be right back. Ricky, before Japan at 2200, 11885 is Vietnam, yeah. Different Gear TV, I always wondered what with the Spanish plug sockets, how you can plug in either way. It's never made sense. Yeah. W7 Albrecht, 25 hertz is only 40% of 60 hertz inductive reactance. So, yeah, it makes a big difference in the power draw. Absolutely. Oleg, here's a question. We all know that around 26 October, summer switched to winter, but my question is, does station sometime delay or change earlier before the time it happened? Some do, yes. Not everyone, but some do. And I believe Romania did that. And you know why, Oleg? One of the things that you don't know maybe is that there used to be 4 changes of frequencies a year. We had the winter schedules, the spring schedules, the summer schedules, and the fall schedules. So imagine, we would receive schedules from stations 4 times a year through the mail, because there's no internet in the 80s. It's through the mail you'd get the schedules of all these stations 4 times a year. And in the 90s, it was simplified. They just sat down and said, look, it's too difficult for the user, for the listener to handle, but it's also probably it's a little difficult to handle at the transmitters, having to deal with those changes all the time. So they settled down for 2. But some stations kept the habit of changing 4 times a year. So usually in October, late September and October, we would have new frequencies that would change for the winter after that. It was more efficient because we did have better frequencies when it was changed 4 times a year. But yeah, I get it that it's easier to manage 2 times a year for sure. So, Ricky, can't see message in chat. Was someone hearing Star Trek audio drama con being relayed pirate radio? Yes, Ricky. That's what I was con. Yeah, it was there a little earlier. So Jeff K is sharing the Tube Store. And so UTV and Ham. Years ago, aluminum was used instead of copper, which became a fire hazard. I got zapped. I got zapped. I mean, I was a curious kid, and I was dealing with electricity all the time. I'm lucky to be alive because 2 times I got zapped across the chest. One hand on something, the other hand on something else. So that is the worst you can do. because this really crosses your heart. What you don't want with that is electricity going through your heart. If you get zapped but it doesn't go through your heart, okay, you might be in for a really bad burn or a really bad moment, but you'll survive. But if you're zapped through the heart, that is the biggest problem. And I believe there is a path which is the worst, which is like, what is it, the right hand left foot or the left hand right foot? I don't remember which one it is, but one of those two is the worst way to get zapped with electricity, because it is the best way for electricity to go to your heart. Remember, one thing is that your heart is an electrical pump. You know, we might not think about things like that, but the heart is an electrical pump. It runs on electricity, and it runs on very precise electricity. That's why some people have pacemakers. My mom had a pacemaker. Electricity wasn't right. And when electricity interferes with that, your heart can become unbalanced and beat all wrong, which doesn't pump anymore. And you can die from that. This is the worst thing that can happen with electricity with your heart. Of course, there's a lot of other horrible things that can happen. You can get burns. There's a lot of things depending on the current. People don't know this, but the lowest voltage that you can die from is very low. In good conditions, 25 volts running through your heart can be enough to kill you. 25 volts. Imagine how many things you have in your home that you might deal with that have 20, 25 volts, 30 volts. You might be thinking, oh, it's just 25 volts. And depending on the power, how many milliamps, how many amps, it's enough to kill you. It's enough to kill you. You don't need a lot of electricity to kill you. It just needs to go through the heart, and that's enough. So you got to remember that. I had one shock when I was young because I was playing with AC current. You know, the kid that plays with electricity all the time. I was testing lights. I plugged in a wire with the two leads into the wall socket and would just put the wires to light up different bulbs. And I left it like that, and I forgot that I had left it like that. And when I came back, I picked up the wires, both wires with my one hand. I got zapped, and I had a black spot here on my hand. And I remember my hand hurt for weeks after that. That was a bad experience. I got zapped. The one that is the surprise zap that I never taught. Two of them. One is I had a big tube army radio from World War II, which I so wish I'd had here as something, even if it didn't work anymore, as an amazing piece of equipment. I had put a ground to the ground with a golf club that my brother had that he didn't need anymore. And one day I touched the frame of the radio. The ground wire got zapped real good with that. And the second time, which is in the modern days, when I moved here, I was looking for a lamp, for a lighting fixture that I could put just above the sink. So I went to Addison Electronics. They had this really beautiful little aluminum, frame that you could put just over the sink. It was just great. I was like, oh, this is cool. This is exactly what I want. It was just a nice, lighting. But remember, the outside was brushed aluminum. It was there for, probably a year before I zapped myself, because I had never done what I did that night. I would turn it on and never touch anything else. So everything was fine. But one night, it was about 2 a.m., 3 a.m., I went out and I wanted to have a glass of milk. So I go in the kitchen. I'm half asleep. I touch the aluminum of the sink. I go to turn on the light, and I got zapped real freaking bad. It was a very bad experience. And I remember that for half an hour, my heart was kind of racing. I was like, should I call an ambulance? Maybe I should call an ambulance. Maybe it's important now to do so. But it kind of went away by itself. But honestly, thinking about it today, I should have called an ambulance, because it could have made a big difference. It doesn't take much. I could have died. I could have died. So anyways, that was the experience that I had with that light, and that's where I understood that somebody fiddled with the outlet, probably changed the outlet and put the wires wrong. So I actually opened the outlet and fixed it the next day to make sure that the wires are right. Matt says the singer of the Yardbirds, Keith Rolfe, died when his microphone wasn't properly grounded. There's one of the old francophone singers here in Quebec, which was he was popular back then, that died because he was in the bathtub and wanted to change the bulb of his of the light in his bathroom, and he died that way. He got zapped and died. Just know if I had something shocking me a long time ago. I think it was a washing machine. Jeff K., when I was a first responder, we were told when responding to pole fires to keep away from manhole covers in the street. People have been killed by standing on them. Yeah. That was, one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. About 10 minutes from here, there's a huge grill on the sidewalk, and you hear humming. When you walk on the sidewalk, you could hear humming. There's huge transformers in there from Hydro-Quebec. One day, one of them exploded. I have never been so impressed at what I've seen from that hole. There were lightning, sparks, fire, everything you can imagine in an electrical short circuit of an extremely high voltage transformer. And that thing went out of the sidewalk, and they were all the fireworks display was 20 feet high. It was impressive. It was like, wow, I'm not getting close to that. I'm getting to that. Ricky says New Zealand will change frequencies with almost no notice, not always on their site right away, to adapt to changing conditions. Yep. Yeah, that is the rule. That is the rule. Keep one hand in your pocket so you don't touch anything else when you play with electricity. UTV Ham, left to right. VT Radio, Gilles, my Helicopters S38 gives me a tingle when I touch the cabinet. An old timer told me to turn the plug around until I recap it. It's stored away in the garage until then. Yeah, because if you change the plug, you're putting the chassis isn't hot anymore. But better be safe than sorry. But those current draws are just for the transformer action and include the draw. Yeah. Different Gear TV, how many AA batteries does it take to power a heart? Well, actually, the heart is powered by a very, very small current. I mean, it's microamps. It's very, very small, the current that the heart uses to pump. So it's actually it's wrong to say it's just current. It's both, because remember, both interact with each other. It's the voltage and the current that can be done with that voltage. It's both together that kill you. If you have 1 volt, and because our body has a lot of resistance, if you have 1 volt, you need a lot of amps to really get enough of it going through your body. But if you have 25 volts, you need less amps to create the same effect. So it's not just amps. It's false to say it's current only. It's both current and voltage, because that's the reason why we have that math, that how many amps and volts and how is going to interact with your body's resistance. So it's both together. Jean Arash, what will kill you with electricity is not the voltage, it's the amps. It's both. Forget about it's the amps. It's both. Thinking that it's just one is wrong, because the higher the voltage, the less amps you need to kill you. Remember that. It's both together reaching a certain level. If that was true, then we would power something with just amps and no voltage. We don't. We power something with amps and voltage. We kill somebody with amps and voltage with the resistance of the body. Both. WF7i Homebrew. I have a couple of shocks from 120 volt wall outlets, and we're supposed to be deactivated. Oh God, that's like, yeah. I'm today I am always shutting down everything. When I come home from with an old radio like this one here, it's like I am extra careful. Oh, a lot of people licked 9-volt batteries. I don't want to do that anymore. It's kind of not fun. VT Radio, you know what? This is where I am very, very sad that I've never had a picture of it. I don't know what model it was. I was about 14 when I got that radio. So the story behind that World War II Canadian Army, it was a transceiver actually, but it had the transmitting tubes removed. And it was a cousin of mine that had it in his home, and it didn't work. So my dad went to his place and started looking at that, says, wow, what was that? What is this? And my cousin said, well, I've got this Army, World War II Army, Canadian Army radio. It never worked. And so my father said, well, I'll take it. I think my son's gonna be would like to see this. So he said, yeah, all right, take it. Doesn't work anyways. He brought it home. It was a huge thing. It was in 2 parts. The top part had the speaker and all the power supply circuits in it. The bottom part was the huge receiver part. It had that little green V of signal, and it was amazing. It was amazing. When it worked, oh man, it was good. It had single sideband. Imagine that. And I remember having a lot of fun with it until it started doing a fireworks display in my living room and wasn't working anymore. So this is what happened actually. I after like maybe I don't know, a year that it was just there in the corner. It didn't work, and I got rid of it. Somebody wanted it, and I just gave him the radio. But today I'm like, oh man, this was such an amazing thing, such an amazing thing. That today I regret. But then again, would I have wanted to move to a new home with that thing that weighed 100 pounds? That thing weighed at least 100 pounds, if not more. So and it was in a big rack, big metal rack. I remember I found it so cool because when I opened the big metal rack had a drawer, and when I opened the drawer, inside was Canadian Army radio manual, and it felt it was so official. All this the seals and all it was like some official manual from the Canadian Army. I found that it was just so freaking cool. But old radio's guitarist for someone electrocuted himself with his guitar. Yeah, it could have happened. Who knows? Depending on how bad. Jean Arrache, yeah, Claude François. That's it. Oh, it was from France. I thought it was from Quebec. He electrocuted in his bathtub. There's so many things that can electrocute you so much. It's just crazy. So Greg Martinetti found tons of stuff of HCJB online. Yeah, I mean, this station was such a one of the major shortwave outlets. Of course, there's a lot of stuff about that today. There's so much things. There's so many things that we do as kids. Also, that's like so stupid. But Rob from Wick, nice to have you here. Yeah, the 9-volt battery thing. Yeah, that was something. CRTs are nothing to mess with. Oh God, no. You don't open a CRT. Those old TVs. You don't open that. It's like crazy. Crazy, the voltage there. Different gear TVS 15770 coming in really nice. Into Spain. Have a good dinner, Bert. April, nice to have you here. I would like to hear why HGB closed, as I never knew it. Why? Yeah, well, that's what I was saying earlier. To do it in a faster way, because I explained it earlier. Basically is the Quito Airport wanted to expand. One of the runways for planes would mean that planes had to pass over PFO transmitter site. They were scared that that would cause problems to the planes. They asked HEJB to change their transmitter site to another site. That other side was in the middle of the jungle. It would cost too much money to do so. And so they finally decided that they would not do it because of all the cost. Basically, that's what made ACJB stop transmitting, because they dismantled the antennas. Unfortunately, about a year later, they were told, oh, you don't have to anymore. But damage was done. So they moved the transmitters to Australia, where they are transmitting as Reach Beyond Australia. And unfortunately, like many said, if they had known way before, they probably would have never of moved, of shut down shortwave. They would maybe still be on the air today. It's as simple as that. So Matt, I'm looking online because I'm sure I heard otherwise. It seems that there is indeed current that matters, along with AC or DC when it comes to shocks. Voltage is more of a factor. Still about If you have a very low voltage, you're not gonna die. Both are a factor, both together, because both of them together increase everything in a very rapid way. So if you look at electronic books, they will tell you that below 25 volts, chances of you being electrocuted and die are almost zero. It's both together. It's not just the current. Current, of course, is important, but it's both. And this comes from my electronics course here in Montreal. I still have the book somewhere. But it does definitely tell you there's a minimum voltage where you're not going to die, because it doesn't push enough to bring that current through. It's really both. So the question, that thing is current might be the one that is doing the damage, but there needs to be a minimal voltage for it to work. What else do we have? And there's a lot of burns. Yeah, of course, if you have a lot of amps going through, it burns through flash, it burns through all sorts of things. It's not a good feel. T.B. Ostrowski, nice to have you here from Regina. Catnip Treats, thank you, Jeff K. Welcome, thanks. But you definitely don't want to have all of that together anyways. You just don't want it there. I-61, we have a transformer on a pole near our apartment. Whenever a squirrel gets on it, it sparks and other things. It's just... I am one of those that is so scared of electricity. I'm like scaredy cat. I mean, if you want to have the scariest, the guy that will say no, the guy that is the most, is the one that will be 200 feet away plugging in something. I'm the one. I've had too many experiences over life. It left an impact. Now, it's like, no, you do it. It's like, oh, plug that in. You do it. And I'll be in the kitchen. And if you're still alive, I'll come back. This is me now. I'm very scaredy cat, chicken shit, as we'll say, all the time. Perry, oh, it's possible. They were, so Edison Electronics, Perry, has things that are, official box things. Those are what they have on their website. Those 18650s were in a plastic bag with just a Edison Electronics cardboard thing that was just stapled and said, 2000 milliamp hour 18650. Nothing more. I'm pretty sure they don't sell that. And maybe one of the reasons also they don't want to sell those. A lot of companies that do the shipping do not want 18650s or do not want lithium-ion batteries in their trucks because of fire hazard. I can tell you that. Take care of your TV and ham, KD9WNV. Always nice to have you here. I-61, I'm the same when it comes to electricity. A light bulb broke and sheared off. Was too afraid to unscrew it. I left it up to the roommate to do it. I like that. I mean, yeah. If there is one thing to change, like there was a in the back balcony, there's the light fixture on the brick, and it's one of those fixtures that it's probably as old as the house. So when you touch it, it's like, yeah, I kind of don't like this. So I just switch off. I go to the breakers and I just like switch off the power to that part. Okay, now I'll do whatever I want to do, and then I'll put the breaker back on. But when I look at the guys that work in the high power, stuff, even hydro guys here, I've seen there's a transformer right across the street from I could see from my window here, and I've seen these guys come over 10 years ago and change it, and I'm like, wow, you guys are good. You got to trust that somebody somewhere cut that power. Man. But I did help once. In 1998, we had a really big ice storm here in southern Quebec. And where I lived before here, power went out. And it turned out that like 3 or 4 streets didn't have power. And it was one of the big transformers that was at the corner of the street that had to be changed. And that night it was cold and windy and really not fun. And the guy that had to change it, believe it or not, was alone, because had so much people everywhere. They were stretched on trying to find somebody to change the big transformer. And I remember going, and I was there just to ask him for, like, I don't want to pressure you or anything, but how much time do you think it could take to change this? And he looked at me and says, well, I'm alone, so it's going to take several hours. And I remember I was outside and I said, maybe it's outside of the rules or anything. Maybe you're not allowed. You shouldn't be doing this. But I said, is there anything I could do to help that would make it faster? And he looked at me and he said, well, I don't usually ask anybody. And I told him, I said, look, I got electronics background. I know my way around some stuff. So maybe I could be of help anyways. And he looked at me and said, look, as we do stuff, I'm going to ask you to do things and help me out. And I stayed with him like 4 hours in the cold, helping him out. And when it ended, he thanked me and he said, you know what? He said, I would thought alone this would have taken me about 8 hours. Thanks to your help, it took 4 hours and a half instead. I'm really grateful because I got so much on my list of places where I need to do work. And I helped him out in all sorts of things. And he showed me a few things on handling stuff and changing stuff. And it was like, yeah, look, I'll follow the rules. And it's out of the range of normal. He would not be allowed to do this. He was not allowed to do this. But it was an extreme moment where all hell is breaking loose. I mean, all half of the province, if not more, has no electricity, and they are going nuts because of the ice everywhere. So he used me in knocking down ice on all sorts of things, and so it was like it was kind of fun. It was like, well, okay, well, I did my little part, bringing back power to the streets where I lived. It was kind of cool. Enka Viva. The only thing I need to remember after this live is don't touch any loose cables. That's enough for me today. Yeah, not a good idea. Not a good idea. Yeah, Jeff K. Put your tongue in the wall outlet. Oh, God. Oh, God. People think that, there's a lot of people that think that the socket, the electricity, the AC current in that socket is not dangerous. You'd be surprised at the number of people that think, oh, no, that's not, that's you can't be killed by that. Yes, you can, easily. Marvin Motz, my father was a radio man in World War II and purposefully showed me how to get shocked by grabbing ground and live circuit. I always work with high voltage, but avoid touching both sides of the ground. If you want to see one that is very good, Mr. Carlson's Lab, go see him. He has one video where he explains when the day that he got really a bad shock and that he almost died. It's worth watching. VT Radio, Gilles, during the ice storm of '98, we lost power for 3 days. As I recall, Quebec was out for closed for 2 weeks, correct? Actually, the main city, like here in Montreal, we were out for a couple of days, 2 days. But power was restored to a big chunk of the city. Whereas the problem is on the South Shore, we had something, they were calling it the Triangle of Darkness. On the South Shore, the big power lines, those pillars just collapsed with the weight of the ice. And they had to reconstruct the lines to put electricity back to these little towns on the South Shore, the small cities and towns. So in a place like Montreal, Laval, there were isolated patches where they didn't have current electricity for maybe a week or two. But most of the city had electricity back in a day or two. South Shore, it took 3 months for some people to get the power back. They had to rebuild everything. My sister, that died of cancer in 2011, she was in a part that it took almost 3 months before power came back to her little town because they had to reconstruct everything. Everything was completely down. They had to pass emergency rules and regulations saying, look, they were telling the farmers, we're gonna put some wooden power lines through your field, and because of emergency laws, there's nothing you can say. You have to accept the fact that we'll build through your field for now. We'll fix that later. And so it took up to 3 months for some. My sister was one of the last to be connected, about 3 months. It was pretty crazy. Oh yeah, absolutely. I-61. I have a great picture. I would have to look at it and find it. 2 years ago, we had a small ice storm. And here, I live in a place, you've seen a picture of my backyard. We live in a place, there's a lot of trees. And this part of Montreal, all the cables are on poles outside on the street. They're not underground. So if a tree branch goes on the cables, well, no power. We didn't have electricity for almost a day and a half here, which was surprised me because I thought it was to be longer than that. And I have a picture, and I called it, "This is what Canadians are like." And I was actually cooking eggs, bacon, and toast on my barbecue outside in the back while it was snowing and ice rain was falling down. And I posted it on Facebook. It was like, yep, this is what Canadians are made of. We're going to cook 2 eggs and a sausage and bacon on the barbecue outside at 0 degrees. All right, let's go for it. It's just funny. Yeah, like Ricky said, it depends where you were. Depends where you were, but some were months. It was up to 3 months before the power came back. It was a disaster. Here it was a total disaster. I mean, the power. We had never seen ice like that ever, and the power grid, the pylons that would hold the high power cables They weren't designed to hold the weight of all of that ice. If you guys want to be even more astonished at what we did back then, when the worst hit on, I remember it was a Friday night, Montreal was holding on to only, because our power comes from far up north. The power lines go 1,000 miles up north to give power to the city here. There was something like 6 or 7 lines usually are giving power to Montreal. It's a big city. It's power hungry. That Friday night in 98, one line was the only one left that was still powering Montreal. All the other ones were down. And they wanted to make sure that they would not lose that power line. You know what they did? They took Army helicopters, and with Army helicopters, they actually dropped huge wood logs on the power lines to break the ice, so that the general weight of all the power line would be less. There would be less stress on everything, and actually worked. By doing that all night, it helped the power line to stay up and not collapse like all the other ones. And so, when you're in your last moment, you don't know what to do, you go outside of the rules. Okay, what can we do to save this power line that if it collapses, Montreal's out of power for weeks, which would have been an even bigger disaster. It was pretty. I still remember that ice storm. Living through that ice storm is the biggest event of my life. I can't imagine of any other event of all my 56-year life that is so amazing and so dramatic. I was taking care of my mom, which wasn't well, also at the same time. It left and will always have a very big impact in my life. And when I think about it, if you guys would have just seen where I was working back then, the street was full of trees. And the government actually issued a warning saying that if you live in a street with trees, you are not to leave your home, because branches were coming down everywhere. People could get killed from breaking branches all the time. And I remember I got a call from work saying, "Look, we're stopping for now. The street is full of trees, so don't come here and work. You're going to get killed." And we didn't have work for about 5 days, five or 6 days before things were back to normal, that it could be okay. And I remember taking care of my mom. I remember the ice everywhere. I remember something that I never seen in my life. You would go outside and you'd look at the big streets of Montreal, and you have all the street lights. Power was so fragile that the street lights were flashing every now and then. We were really on the edge of the biggest disaster ever. Plus, add to the fact that what happened that night is that the water, the two plants that were giving water to Montreal, both of them were out of power. They couldn't process the water anymore. So they were able to restart one with generators at one point. But at that time, they were saying that Montreal had about 4 hours left of clean water, fresh water, before that was also going to be a big disaster. You know, I mean, you're in Montreal, no clean water. You can't start a fire in Montreal everywhere you want. How are you going to boil like your water if you have no electricity? It was crazy. Jean Arash, I was lucky to have a girlfriend in Longueuil in '98. Spent 2 weeks living with her because there's no power in Saint-Hyacinthe. Yeah. JFK, what scares me is heaters used in fish tanks have the wire exposed right in the water. Yeah, but they have insulation. They're made for that. It's like the first time I purchased one of those more newer models. I've got my AC here, my to cool down, and my air conditioning. Today's air conditionings are done that in the back, outside, everything in it is, it's raining in it. When it rains in it. And I remember the first time I bought one like that, and I was like, is it supposed to rain in my air conditioning? Yeah, they're made for that. Everything is shielded. Everything is done in a way that, it's fine. It could rain in your air condition. It's fine. The only thing you got to keep, dry is the front panel with all the commands and all the buttons. But all the rest of it, it rains in it. It's off. It's fine. It's made for that. I-61, only time I heard issues with getting shocked was a leaf blower. Leaf sucker. I heard it's a comment with those. Oh, man. Yeah, Meister Carlson is really, really cool. London 19657. RJ Dakota says, tornado came through the area, took down major power lines. It took over a week to get it all back. Yep. Oh yeah, Yep, 3 months. They had to rebuild everything. Everything. Not just, they didn't have to just build the big power lines for hundreds of kilometers. They had to rebuild the cables that will go to each home for hundreds of kilometers. It was a very, very big ice storm. It was a major thing. It was pretty crazy. I-61 is very American too. Let's say it's probably very North American. VT radio. That sounds. The sounds were horrible when the crown of the tree snapped. It sounded like chandeliers crashing on the lawn. Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. Just crazy. London 19657. I'm a Brit that lived in Pennsylvania for 22 years. Bacon is rubbish here. Hey, Jasmine. Partly sunny Seattle. Nice to have you here. Yeah. Today we'll do it with drones. James Farley, 6826 USB Pirate. Let's go check out what's on the Pirate bands. 6825 upper. Yeah, there's something on 6826. I can hear it. There's some music right now. Wow, that's a low frequency. They rarely go that low. 6826. Anything else? So all I'm hearing right now is 6826. It does come in here. 6826. There is a pirate there, definitely. And if we look at HF Underground, 6826, and it's on ID for now. There's another one on ID on 6950, and there's another one which should be on 6900, and another one is 6960. There's several of them. So you guys check out 6826, 6900, 6950, and 6960. It's pirates there right now. It's pretty good. RJ Dakota, the medium tension power line across the street from my house snapped. Almost started a huge fire. Gave off a huge jolt that actually gave off heat even from where I was standing. Wow. Fais attention à toi. Take care, TVDXer. You know, when we had the power outage 2 years ago with this small ice storm in April, when I say we were lucky, here we didn't have power for about a day and a half. Just the street in the back, they didn't have power for 6 days. Why? There was this very huge tree that just collapsed on all of the power lines on that street. The time it took for them to cut the tree, take the branches out, everything, rebuild the electricity on half of the street and all of that, was 6 days for them. And it was funny because when that happened, what I would do, because the neighbors across in the back, I talk with them all the time. They're really sweet people. The couple there, they're 80 years old. But man, they're 80 years old, but they're like amazingly in shape. So when that happened, I told him, I said, give me your stuff. I got electricity. Give me everything you have that, you can charge. I'll charge them and bring you back the charge stuff. So they had their tablets, they had their stuff. And so they were happy, and it's like we would charge all the time. And of course, after that experience, they purchased a generator in case they need one. And I don't know, it was like last year I didn't have electricity for one night. There was one of the big transformers that blew up, and the time they took like 12 hours to change. And she looked at me, she says, you don't have electricity? I said, no. Hey, you've been so nice. Take our generator. We have a new generator. Take the generator when it comes back. And it was like, that's where I posted on Facebook. Being nice with your neighbors is just amazing, because your neighbors are nice back to you when something bad happens. We should all remember that. Oh, man. I-61, 97, Colorado Springs snowstorm. Oh, man. RJ Dakota, 6826, Upper Sideman coming in well. London, 1960. Now the song Streetlights in my head. Nathan Bratowski, nice to have you here, Nathan. I-61. Did you get water from the water tank furnaces? Yeah, well, the water was flowing. The problem was not with the flow of water. The problem was with the fact that if they ran out of clean, fresh water, what was coming out of the tap was not very good water, and you needed to, to boil it in order to use it. Take care, Chase Gilbert. Always nice to have you here. Perry says, lucky in Sherbrooke, only 12 hours during the ice storm, they lost power. It's still long when it's cold. I'm going to tell you that 12 hours is still a long time when it's cold outside. So, Jean Araj, there was the big flood in 87. That was something. I was at home On vacation. I had a vacation from my part-time job I was back then, and I was in college. And I was at home when that 87 storm hit Montreal. That was something. That is, if the 98 storm was the most amazing thing for me, that 87 flood was the second one. The most amazing thing I've ever seen. I can imagine what it looks like when you're in the middle of a tornado, because it almost looked like that. And in an hour, we had so much rain that it's like the streets around where I lived back then when I was younger was it was rivers. The park at the end of the street was not a park; it was a big lake. Oh man, that well I will never forget. Also, that big storm of '87. Oh God, that was something. Mike WX50, we had a major ice storm in North Arkansas when 2009 lost power and listened to trees and branches loudly cracking. That is impressive. You know what? There was last year here, well, not last year, this year in February, we had two big snowstorms. We've never had that before. We usually have a huge snowstorm and it goes away and they clear the snow and so on. We had two huge snowstorms back to back. It was so quick that they did the best to remove as what they could of snow. Here, I gotta tell you, the snow was up to my waist high after the second storm passed. I shoveled 6 times in front of here. It took a week before they actually removed the snow on the street because it was too complicated. That was also something memorable here last year. Well, this year in winter. I mean, 2 back-to-back real powerful storms. That was something. Jeff K., when my soon-to-be ex-wife was showering, I could have sworn she said, "Hand me the hairdryer." Oh, God. Timothy Timothy Gunter, nice to have you here from Fort Smith, Arkansas. Nice to have you on board. London says rum and coke. Yep. I remember, you say that. I remember I had vodka in the freezer because that's where I keep my vodka. And I was like, you know what? I got orange juice. I got vodka. Screwdriver. It's cold. It's dark. Screwdriver time. Let's go for it. Come on. Fun little story about a rum and coke that I can tell you. I went to see Brian Adams at the Bell Center this week, which was an amazing show, as usual. I decided to treat my nephew and his friend to a drink. So it's so funny because there was this couple next to me, and I said, well, you guys want something? It's like, So we all 3 of us took a rum and coke. And the guy next to me says, "Oh, you're treating to your friends. That's going to be like, what, $75?" I was like, I said, yeah, something like that. So anyways, I tap and pay with the credit card. And I look at the bill, and it's like, look at my phone, and it says $52.80. I was like, God, 3 rum and cokes at a concert. $52 freaking dollars. What has this world gone to, guys? I remember when going to a concert with $5 beer. IWX50. Ricky says too much daylight out west for Pirate on 43 meters. Nathan Protowski, how did people get safe foods in their fridges would have been down? Well, it's winter. And here it's not complicated. First of all, your fridge for the first 24 hours is good. Then after that, it's winter, so people put a lot of food outside in the cold of winter. You know, that's a great place to be. And of course, there was distribution of all sorts of things. We had the Red Cross here that for those that were really affected, distribution of meals and stuff, all sorts of things. So you know, we went through with all of that. My WX50. I have Appleton Estate and Bacardi here. Okay, okay. I may have a sip or two. James Farley, 6837, Upper Sideman, Waterfall Pictures. Oh, interesting. But in the case of most of the winter stuff here, we just put stuff outside. You know, if I had a power outage in winter, I'd put my stuff outside. You know, leave it there. What else do we have? Ricky, 1987 storm was quite impressive. We just got home from a grocery run when the sky opened up. Yep, he's sharing that Radio Canada video. It's just crazy what happened back then. That will be probably the second after the ice storm. That is the second biggest thing I'll ever remember of my life. At 61, if it's minus degrees outside, I'd be perfect to store food if power was out. Yep. Marvin Monster, resident antenna makes high voltage. I had to show the Japanese government a map with my antenna to get a license. Wow. I mean, when I was a teenager and a young adult and would go to my father's shack, there was no electricity there. We didn't have a fridge, anything. Sometimes in the wintertime we'd go to, so in the summertime, of course, we'd have our ice packs and everything to store the food. But in wintertime, we just threw everything outside. It was like, yeah, it's in the snow. It's all right. Hey, I remember one of my friends, the milk's frozen. Just leave it inside for half an hour. You'll have milk. Oh man, good old days. You know, it's just so much fun to see all of this. And I don't know. I think, you know, everywhere, most places, this is where, you know, when I see stories of weather radio, NOAA weather radio being shut down, so stupid. So stupid. Because one day or the other, emergency happens. You know, here, when it was a small ice storm compared to the ice storm of '98, and I didn't have power for a day and a half. My phone was useless. The cell towers were so jammed with people trying to connect, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't make a call. I couldn't get on the internet. It was, forget it. Forget it. You know, we think of our technology today as being, oh, well, you know, always works. No, it doesn't. I'll tell you that. When all breaks loose, all hell breaks loose, nothing works anymore. And we got to stop relying on always being, you know, I still remember 2 years ago, my neighbor downstairs, she told me, I realized I didn't have a radio to listen to the news and to listen to what's happening because my phone wasn't working. So if you think radios are something that is passé. It's old time. We don't need that anymore. Think again. Think again. And the funniest thing is, I told her, is look, you should have knocked my door. I got like 200 radios. I would have given you one. I mean, One of the things I need to do here that I haven't done yet is secure my ham station. I would like to, if we get to an emergency or anything where we don't have power for a long time period, I'd like to have enough to power my transceiver and to power some of the stuff, the minimal stuff that I need to have a radio and my ham station working at least for a day or two, And I think that would be probably, your desk is on open mic. Yeah, I know. But when all hell breaks loose, But Jasmine, we're talking about regular people. We're not talking about geeky people like you and us, So, London 19657. Thanks for the tip and happy birthday, man. Of course, you have to feel special on your birthday. A birthday is special. You got to feel special on that day. Here in Canada, and by the way, to all Canadians, happy Thanksgiving. It's Thanksgiving weekend. So, you know what? Well, John Arash, did you know that what helped in the ice storm of 98? Amateur radio operators did what all of the government and law enforcement couldn't do. All of their services, radio was not working anymore. The Montreal police was not working. South Shore, Sûreté du Québec, was completely off. They couldn't transmit. The ice was affecting all types of communications. And so amateur radio operators that had batteries, that had ways of continuing the communication, stations from Montreal, if you look, we were the ones, I was not because I was not a ham back then, but amateur radio operators is what helped coordinate all of the emergency communications, all that was needed to make sure that everybody is okay. Is the communications, the crucial, the most important stuff was all done by amateur radio operators. And actually, there was an official day where the Quebec and Canadian governments gave official certificates to all hams that participated and making sure that all the communications needed were done. This is where I always say we have to show that way of communicating. We have to show where amateur radio is important in emergency situations. Unfortunately, people still think of us as crazy CB guys. Show that part of amateur radio to show the world and your country and everyone that amateur radio is extremely important in times of emergencies. Tons of stations on the South Shore had generators or batteries, and they could still operate their own amateur station to relay the most important stuff, the most important communications. So Jasmine, regular people. No, they're not regular people. I'm sorry. They're geeks. um, Jasmine, we have the largest mesh core network in the world. So, but that's cool. That's really, really cool. Robert Varner, thank you very much. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to all Canadians. Ours is now. Swatcats has been a ham operator since July 96. High 61 have several small solar and other things to charge rechargeable batteries and radios. Trustin, this is a good reminder to be a little prepared. I try to have a week's worth of safe heat, a way to cook, and some water storage in the event of a bad power outage. You know, I always think about my it's funny because I think of my barbecue grill as a important thing to have in times of emergencies. I can cook food. I can cook food even if there's no power, there's no nothing. I still can cook food. I got a barbecue grill. And, you know, I don't care if it's minus 20. I want to get guys. I go outside doing hamburgers at minus 20 in the winter. I don't care. Do they eat American Thanksgiving food in Canada? Well, I know that the turkey is a big chunk of Thanksgiving in Canada also. So I know that turkey is a big thing also in the U.S. for Thanksgiving. So kind of, I guess, kind of. You know, I don't celebrate Thanksgiving personally, but it's yeah, I guess, yeah, you know. Craig Martinetti, half the apartments had electricity and half did not have electricity. Or do we eat Canadian Thanksgiving food here? That's a good question. Is it American or U.S. food? There you go, VT Radio. Paul in Vermont. During the ice storm of '98, he was a net control operator at the local Red Cross station. There you go. There's a lot of stuff to listen to here. Amateur bands were great. All the emergency communications going through. It was just amazing. Just amazing. This is where we are important. We're not just, you know, getting a license and having fun. We are here, and actually we talked about it. The governments and several provinces in Canada have officially said that amateur radio operators are now an official part of emergency communications. They acknowledge that we are important in times when, you know, everything else fails. All radios, I got a realistic CB, but I just listen too much SWR to talk. How high is it, your SWR? You know, if you go up to 2.0, 2.2, it's still okay. You don't lose that much power. You know, above 3 is getting a problem. Below 3, you know what? It's not, it's okay. Catty, speaking of power lines, someday some won't understand what I mean when I say telephone pole. Yeah, imagine that. Someday it's like, oh, there's a telephone pole. What's that? What's a telephone pole? You're right. What's a telephone pole? Well, you know, I don't know. Just so funny. I still remember my mom being extremely unhappy because in 1988, I was a big bulletin board system guy on my Commodore computer. So I would hog the phone all the time. And she would end up saying, you know, everybody's calling, nobody's reaching us because you're on the phone all the time with your computer. So I was working, so I said, okay, we're going to fix it. I'm going to get my own phone line. So in 88, I called Bell and said, I want to have my phone line. And then it was like, I'm going to be happy. This is going to be my phone. I'm going to be on it 24 hours a day. Who cares? The problem is I called in December to get my phone line. And we didn't know back then. The entry for a new phone line, that socket was behind a Christmas tree. And the Bell guy came and said, I'm sorry to say that you're going to have to move the Christmas tree because I have to go behind that Christmas tree. That's where the main phone line entry is to put the second line. And I got home and the Christmas tree was all messed up and everything was just messed up. And I was like, what the hell happened? My mom says, because of you, we had to move the Christmas tree because Mr. Bell wanted to go there to put the line. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that. Oh, God. Ricky's sharing in a Radio Amateurs of Canada report about the IAMs and the ice storm. So check it out, page 28. Jasmine, the apps for Meshcore look like Signal or iMessage or WhatsApp. It's not a geeky or ham thing. Thank you, Matt, for the happy Thanksgiving. George, nice to have you here from Mexico. Today I have a question. Is the Baofeng UV R5 suitable for ISS ARIS contest or contact at the end of the year? It will work, but you know what? To receive, if you receive, it's fine. It works. So if you want to transmit, it's a little more complicated. But if just for receive, it probably does it fine. I've never tried mine. I got one here, but it probably does it fine. All right, Jasmine, I don't live where you are. Absolutely. But it's nice. It's cool to see all of that. So, okay. Jeff K, thank you so much. I-61, I own several smaller handheld two-way radios for communications if needed. Took them to Vegas for fun, and sometimes they barely work due to all the interference. God. Jasmine, the girl who did my nails has Wishmesh tag. All right, Jasmine, okay. It's not a geek thing. All right. George, sure, we radio amateurs are important. Not long ago, I heard stories about the earthquake in Mexico in '85 and how amateur radio stations helped while the communications were simmered down. Yeah, because when all of it goes down, because the commercial stuff, the government stuff, it's based on everything going always well, always nice. It doesn't take into account that, well, I'm sorry, but things might not go well, and we need help. And amateur radio operators are there for that. We are ready. A lot of us are ready to do that. That's why I want to make this station more of a sustainable station when power goes down. Old radios, Japan as KFC on Christmas. Good idea, okay. Jasmine, Crimwork, the Seattle nightclub. Mick Jagger gave a shout out to as a Meshcore repeater and Meshcore banding all around, not geeks. All right. Matt says, Jill, you're after my own heart. I grill all winter too long. I really need to get a camp stove though for indoor stuff. I tried using my gas grill as a stove stop, but yeah, there's a limit to it, definitely. when it's very cold, or especially when it's very windy. That's where it gets a little complicated. It doesn't replace a stove. Because I think it was last winter, I wanted to do something, and it was extremely windy. It was like minus 20 and windy and windy and windy. It was like, yeah, it's not reaching hot enough to do what I want. The wind is just blowing away all of that heat. Absolutely. But, yeah. Sometimes there are times where the barbecue grill isn't enough. Timothy Gunter, thank you so much. A61 says, I missed the Cuban number station. Yeah, well, since they are sharing, from what we know, the same transmitters as Radio Havana Cuba, it's not there. All radios, I hear you can still go on a BBS on the Commodore 64 dial-up. I don't think there's I don't know if there's still a BBS available on dial-up. I would not even be able to do it anywhere because I don't even have a phone line, a regular phone line anymore. The last time I logged into a BBS, I have a somewhere here a Hamstrad PPC 640. It's an old 80s PC running on an 8088 Intel chip with a LCD screen. It's supposed to be a portable thing. Takes 12D batteries that last 30 minutes when you use it. But I plug it in the wall outlet. And the last time I logged into a BBS is 10 years ago. Even more. When I was able to find one number that still had a BBS online on dial-up, and it's 15 years ago when I was still using a landline. And I logged in and stayed there for an hour. It was just kind of cool to see because that thing has a 2400 baud modem. And it was kind of cool. It's like, oh wow, this is hot, I'm not sure there's any BBSs anymore. Anybody know of a actual bulletin board system on dial-up that still exists? I don't think there are any of them. Brian Weidenheimer, nice to have you here. An emergency operator, center operator, and emergency for our regional district. Our club has outfitted a complete station. Cool. Cool. Pirate just firing up on 6985. Let's go and check out if I hear anything else. I hear 6826 still with music. Oh, there's a strong one on 6975. Not hearing 6985, but I'm hearing a strong one at 6975. I would say that 6975 awfully sounds like Wolverine right now. I would say that is Wolverine. If I had to put my hand in the devil's fire, there it is. It's Wolverine 6975. And now I put my hand in the devil's fire. Can you guys help me? So Wolverine 6975. Very, very good. Wow, I like that. 6975. Wolverine is out. Kathy T, my grandmother still had a party line when I was a kid. I'm glad I got that, experienced that. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Well, C64C is still nice. It's still great. Old radios. Bert, back from dinner. Mesh stuff sounds interesting, but out in the country where I live, it's doubtful much of is happening. I need to, I've been looking a lot of some of this mesh stuff since Jasmine been talking about it. I need to look at it more seriously, probably, and look and see what it's all about in more detail. So, because I mean, there might be some mesh stuff happening in Montreal, I guess. All Jasmine, are all major cities pretty much on some mesh network, and I don't know if you can explain it quickly and in an understandable way, because I've never been into that much. WSOR Brew, I'm in Hans Summers, the guy who created this rig for days in Dayton is here. Very nice guy. John Ash, so all the communication systems of police, fire, EMS, power company are just as sensitive as cell towers. Yep. And that time, yep. Yep. And this is where amateur radio, us tough guys, were able to continue. And the fact that they turned digital now is going to be worse. It's going to be even worse in the next emergency situation, Jean Arrache. It's not going to be reliable. Yeah, just got the idea of Wolverine radio. Yeah, Wolverine Ricky on 6975. George says, yep, some friends from Japan told me similar stories of the earthquake in 2011. Some amateur radio station helped to spread the news. Yep, the tsunami. Yep, absolutely. We're the ones that can do it. Stefan Navi, nice to have you here from London, Ontario. I-621, I used to play Ghostbusters. Oh, that was a great game. I still play it. I got my Commodore here. I still play it. It's just so good. When you put it on and it starts, it's like Ghostbusters. Ha 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 ha. That's great. That and what's the other one? The one with the elevators. Oh man. Matt says there's a whole weather net every single day here in Colorado. It's been going on since the 50s. Wow. George says even the movies I think I watched shortwave radio on Independence Day. When Independence Day it was like with Morse code too, which is even more. Ricky, a few more false starts on 6985. Yeah, Diane Keaton. Diane Keaton has died. Absolutely. Bert, big band sound of 6975. Great signal. Mike B, 6975 in Colorado. Pretty good. Old radios here, 6975. Yeah, it's very powerful. 6975 is even powerful here. I'm at S9 plus 20 without any amps. Matt says 6975, 333. Hope stays on 43 all winter again. If he goes to 73, I'm going to have a hard time. Yeah, sometimes because of propagation, it goes down. Ham radio guy, K6PSM. Amateur radio can transmit on HF and get further than police and fire. VHF, UHF. Example, the hurricane net activated when the hurricane is imminent. Yep. Tristan, I like to use charcoal for my barbecue when you... Oops. 5 degrees. It gets hard to grill to pork chop. To grill a pork chop, yeah. I need to check it out. Alright, thanks for the video, Bert. Check it out. Somebody's calling me on my phone with a number I don't know. Our Dodd, take care. Stay safe. Jasmine, yes, most major cities are on either mesh static or mesh core, but adoption of them varies. For citywide communications, mesh core is better. For ad hoc networks, is there a website that could like has? Sometimes you have aggregate a website that aggregates all the info of all the regions and what is happening there. Because it could be some kind of, it could be interesting to see. Jasmine, in some cities like Seattle or San Francisco, mesh stuff is mainstream, and others it remains a geek thing. Okay, depends on where you are. Be interesting to check it out. Be very interesting to check it out. Honestly, I need to check it out. You talk about it all the time, so it's like, yeah, I need to brush up on my tech stuff and look at all of it. Hey guys, I am a little tired, and we'll sign off for tonight. And I'm going to say take care, everybody. We'll be back next Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time, and hope that you can join us. It's a lot of fun to be here all the time. Thanks for those that donated once again through the super chat, and of course PayPal through this email. So thanks everybody for being here. Matt says, "Oh no, the dreaded hey guys." It can go on forever. I wish I could, but you get to a point where you got to retire and take it easy a little. I got the International Radar Report show to edit later on. And tomorrow I'm a hospital day, and all of that is taking a big toll on who I am. But you know what? Hey, we've been on for 4 hours. I think that's not bad. It's not like I've been on for 15 minutes. So thanks, guys. Thanks for those that donated. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you all for being amazing people. BMC Bike, thank you, and welcome from Switzerland. Nice to have you here. And next week, Saturday, 20 hours UTC on the same frequency, YouTube. Take care, guys. Always fun to be here. All right? Love you all. And that's so sincere, you have no idea. John Luhid, this is a CKUT t-shirt. CKUT in Montreal for a donation. So, take care, guys. Stay safe. Love you all. And you're amazing people. That's why I continue. Without amazing people, you don't do anything like this. All right? Take care, guys. Bye-bye.